As we are once again live upon the internet. I barely could see through my glasses. Maybe we should clean those indeed. But yeah, let's jump in as we'll await later on. Let's make sure this guy's over here. I should start this open. As later on we'll go and watch the devstream. The devstream. I'm curious to see. Hopefully we'll get patch notes right after the stream for things. Let's see the Division game. I'm guessing it's gonna be on. But yeah, actually, let's do our due diligence.
I started on the Division just when the Division 2 was released. I was an intern.
Wait. What was this? Oh, this is from the last stream. Remembered a point before the ending of it. Okay. What's playing suddenly? Yeah, let's do due diligence. Actually, make sure everything is set to public and we have the titles and categories. Yeah. It's the one time I don't check, of course. It's gonna be all wrong, all strong.
What's that smell?
Oh yeah, kind of catching up on the conversation. I just hadn't had Discord open earlier. Oh, let's sort all this out. I'm kind of starting hot. we're dropping in hot, not as well prepared. As I just finished that short, got it edited, ate something, and we're jumping on. And my plan is to kind of go for a long one again. We can today. Tomorrow I won't be able to, so I definitely can today. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. And hey there, Alder. And hey there, Mohammed. Yeah. Well, thanks for the kind words. Let's make sure actually, yeah, we have the division. It's going to the right spot here. Yeah, and then whenever the dev stream is up, we'll ideally they'll start a timer 15 minutes beforehand. We'll already grab it then. For here though, let's start on my main account. And first let's go check targeted actually. But in the end we didn't make use of invaded or not invaded, legendary DUA with some gear mods on it yesterday, but check out the target that's here real quick. Because also, thing we should definitely go for is to grab Snitchy Boy. Are you on bounties again? Might be actually close to full, so we can just jump somewhere else. Let's go get Danny and Cassie real quick here. And yeah, looking forward to PTS info. It's gonna be new stuff. New stuff and gear. They're being on a good roll, so I want to see if they've maintained that. We'll also start our PTS spreadsheet later. What I want to do as well is later on go and record parts, if not the whole thing, of the Div 1 guide for the Div 2 player. Just to have that ready as a video for likely Friday or Saturday. I just like don't want to pick up the bounty. No, actually not. Yeah. So there's Danny. There's Cassie. Cassie's in the shitty spot. Let's go see if she sometimes, quite often, when either of the vendors are here, they'll show empty inventory and then you have to resession a bunch of times. It's very annoying.
There's a sickness coming. You can't hide from it. High walls and guns won't protect you from it. Nobody will escape when we unleash this poison onto the city.
I'm thinking of like I've made some notes for that guide, but I haven't really thought about the progression of it. But also we can record segments and I can always in post, shuffle things around. It's always an option.
The only way we get justice is by putting them in the damn ground.
Yeah, let me catch up here. They're a good tank build. Depends on what you want to tank. Because in general, you can have builds that are a little bit tanky for like general play. But the only place you actually need like a full-on tank, like something that is just, super tanky, is honestly just Iron Horse, the raid. Instead of that, you can have somewhat tanky builds that have a little bit of survivability, but aren't like tanks. I'll link the recommended build list there. I'll link on both sides. What I like running a lot in solo play is a style of build called tech tanks in there. And those are basically set up to have a pretty strong shield. Somewhat the strongest we can make that shield and then still keep a lot of damage. Well, that's basically what kind of the tech tanks are kind of set up as. They're tanky, but yeah, they're not full on. You can't just sit in front of enemies forever, but you can definitely take a bunch of hits, and that's also why I like them. So for solo, especially. Yeah, these two we've already seen. That's the same two items as Countdown Vendor always. I'm also checking actually for fourth account. Because quite often, actually, this might be just worth it for that again. Just think this is way better than likely the striker glove I have there already. 511.
Happy to do business with you.
Good enough on some of those shit. Yeah, let's get Danny T and get our caches there. We'll keep our exotic stockpiled for now for expertise surge at the end of next week. Yeah, let me get you one of those. Two, especially without wish, just increase threat. Oh, for like in a group setting to tank with, yeah.
Access granted.
Although the thing is also a lot of situations in Div 1. Like just the flow of missions are a little bit more. Div 1 basically doesn't have that many also like big room fights that enemies come from all sides and stuff. It is a lot more corridory in especially its missions and stuff. But even in Div 1, for instance, it's the same issue, I feel, kind of as Div 2. You don't need that level of tankiness outside of... Well, it depends on how it's set up, of course, because you can set up D3 to be, if you hit the 9k stamina, but you take, like, just damage stats underneath everything, enemy armor damages and crits and stuff like that, you can actually still make it hit pretty hard. I think the timer just started. Oh yeah. Wow, that's oh wait, no. Okay. Not there. No, I was showing something else for a second. But That was like really weird. Okay, so the timer started there. 15 minutes and counting. I know they should just put threat on a talent or something. I'll put it on Vanguard. Like, who's gonna run Vanguard and not want to be the one taking hits, right? Just make, if you have Vanguard, if you have a shield equipped, plus 100% threat, stuff like that.
We all pray for your safety, Agent.
That would be nice. Well, they announced it yesterday, so. Curious to see as well when PTS will start. I'm gonna guess Thursday then, tomorrow. If they're doing one today. Because yeah, we've had it recently, we've had it traditionally, it would start on Friday, but more recently we've had it like start on Thursday, start on Wednesday. So, although one time it was on Wednesday, but 2 times it's been on Thursday, 1 time on Friday, so it's actually the one that has happened less. Oh yeah, let's the exotic cash. I'm actually not gonna buy the, even though I have 800k. Just, I don't even want to open 5 yield proficiency caches. I want some resources though. And I'll take these 2 as well, just because they have high chance of exotique. I need ours for that. That's what the 2 is the go-to. Yeah. And Div 1, especially the house is like, it's basically like the Ouroboros was when it was, or the Lexington is kind of now. If you're using an SMG, the house is kind of the only pick. Its base is too high, and then it has a really good talent on top. So it's just too good.
Something. Come.
Typical source of memento. First of all, yeah, memento just as a pet peeve. It is very much. It's first 2 E's and then 1 O. And yeah, generally that is like memento for solo play is one of the best pieces. Because you charge it up, you get a lot of stats for it, and generally as well, solo getting 30 kills means like the first 2 activities you're doing basically. What was he doing? Oh, that's it. And I'm just putting all of these exotics in the stash to deconstruct during expertise surge. But the memento is basically kind of too good to, like, as powerful as an Overdogs or a Tinker or all of those are. Like, honestly, even solo, if you even don't want to go as tanky as a tech tank, just having like a striker with a memento backpack that already gets you a lot of survivability and a lot of utility out of it. So we'll fix this one. It's a very specific one. Indeed. If you're gonna get it wrong, get it all wrong indeed. Refractor is on. And rouges, all the rouges. Our milkshake brings all the rouges to the yard. So actually maybe, yeah, let's swap account to second account and get there as well. Because actually on second account, I wouldn't mind chipping away at some of these challenges. Or the challenges from the thingy. Because here as well, actually, journey-wise, I only have just Shepherd one, right? So maybe we can try to get that Shepherd rank. Oh yeah, let's swap this second account here. And then we'll also save the 37k for a different time. and go get Danny and Cassie there as well. And then maybe while the stream is running, I'll swap to the div1 of second account and maybe do a named run in the background. I can basically do that blind anyway. So that'll be easy enough. 9 minutes. Let's go get Danny and Cassie first though. I was actually while we're here. Let's already. It's annoying in Google Drive that you can't sort per map. Like if I change the sort here, it'll change it for everything. And for the rest, I want it to be like sorted alphabetically that way. Oh yeah, let's make a copy of this one. Wait, what is a share? Oh, that's a that's a 29 instead of a 26. I made this spreadsheet apparently 3 years in the future. So 260318, all right. What was the naming convention usually for PTS? Yeah, so year 8, season 1. PTS underscore year 8, season 1. Let's see if we see any stats. Although I would expect them to put the patch notes out after the stream. That's usually how they do it. Well, let's already have this file up and ready to go for starting filling out. Yeah, let's play the main campaign. I need a hitman, I need a human. Anyway, we haven't been here this week yet. Well, let's first do this and then I'll do the rest in the background. So I'll also then need to go through all the characters and get the SSG requisitions on them.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Cleaners in
We'll
Brooklyn.
load in on
We need
the
reinforcements.
hardcore here. I generally go to Cassie and Danny, or well, to Danny especially. On this hardcore, just in case, because here we'll buy the named cache and stuff. Just get something useful. Might be useful to the hardcores.
Want to know where my buddy has set up shop today?
What a color filter. Jesus Christ. I generally always hate color filters in games. Like, I feel that, but it was like 4 or 5 years ago, like replaying, especially like Fallout 3, I think it was. Was it Vegas? No, Vegas doesn't have like a heavy filter. But playing Fallout 3 without like the green filter, man, it's such a much more pretty game. Because it turns out color filters just are annoying, especially if you're like looking at things for long times, because you'll just get basically fatigued on that color.
Complete.
Your eyes will just start basically getting fatigued to everything being yellow and just filter out the yellow mostly. And that's how you get the, blue and black or no, blue and, is it blue and black, white and gold? Let's get this world just set to normal, of course, because I'm gonna run around on heroic willy-nilly with this. I need a stack. I need a dag. Yellow filter indeed. Although the thing is that yellow filter is especially like egregious, but there's actually other color filters going on as well. There the yellow comes in. It's only a little bit. Because we suddenly have the sun going. But there's even like a purple filter at night. Which actually I kind of like the look of, but even that one is like... It's less bad, but even that, I just take it out.
I'm proud of us.
Actually, let me have this in the background. 3 minutes and a bit. That time we can go and get Cassie and stuff. At least it didn't go like brown. Like, you know, the realism overlays. Definitely get those. Well, actually, yeah, nah. Let's just leave it.
Always fun to make a trade.
I'll just take the resource ones and the other ones. They should just replace the other legacy caches with these ones completely. Or sell. Well, I don't want to keep these exclusive to Danny, right? Just for the cosmetic on them.
We need reinforcements.
Agent, we got a distress call from an agent.
One thing is I'll do.
Bell is ready to take you to Brooklyn.
I'll keep some of the like mementos and stuff here. I don't remember actually how many mementos we have. Let's keep an extra dark winter. Although I have the blueprint, so I don't need to. But also these hardcores. Like I don't care about the stash here anyway. A lot of it is just this. Just in case we lose one, we can sell off some of this to get them back. But what I might come in here to do on this account is just, yeah, kind of decide like, hey, how many... Because also nowadays we have, if I need more, I can always craft through... craft it through the retaliation thing, of course. Let's actually bring this up. Yeah, let's actually start listening in here so we don't miss the start. I'm gonna turn off my game audio. And actually as well, let's go to... Well, we're still waiting. Let's be here still. Gonna turn everybody's thingies on and just grab the SHG requisitions here in the background while they're yapping. I do hope they start with the PDS. That's the much more interesting thing, but I could totally see them going like, we're gonna talk about realism first. And as always with all global events, we first have to go into the season. I had to practice that line again for today doing that ambush video. And as with all global events, we first have to turn it on by going into the seasons menu. Because I didn't make an ambush short for today. Oh, I need to go do manning as well, maybe. Panda backpack trophy. Doesn't have a difficulty requirement, right? Maybe I did that in the background. I'll run a normal manning.
Hello everyone, how are you doing? Hope you are as excited as I am right now because we have a huge stream today. Have a lot of things to go through. I am very excited. I am Leo Lorenzoni, com dev for Division 2, and I'm here with the creative director, Yannick Bonchereau. How are you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing great. Super excited to get to show some of the stuff we've been cooking. So yeah,
Did I get your last name right?
I was impressed on the effort to try to get it right. So good job. I will not try to say your name.
Okay. Yeah, we're super excited today because we have a double stream. So we're streaming. We're going through Realism mode gameplay, and then we're going through PTS that is coming later this week. We're super excited for the arrival of Year 8 Season 1 Rise Up. It's going to be super fun because we're bringing a lot of new challenges and new toys for you all. And we want to take this time to go through everything so you are prepared for the PTS to provide feedback and help us deliver an amazing Year 8. So let's start first with the Realism mode gameplay. I'm just going to play the intro mission, and this is only be a cool way for us to hang out about Realism mode, what it was delivered so far and what the community thought about this. So please remember, I'm not a PC player, but I'm using a controller, so it should be fine, or at least I shouldn't have an excuse. I'm sorry for the bad gameplay, but at least we can talk about how hard is Realism mode, right, Yannick?
Should be fine. I'm playing with a controller and should be fine. We'll see.
Yeah, it is an Xbox controller. I usually play on PS. PlayStation. So, Yannick, Realism mode, it's been out for now a few weeks.
Yes.
We got a lot of feedback about people asking why it's limited. I think that's one of the major indicators that people really like that, like the proposition of something very unique, right?
Yeah, I have to say I'm actually really happy about the reaction and the reception of the mode. We did that because we wanted to try something different, and I was sure it would be fun, but you never really know how people will take it because it's quite a different experience from what you're used to with in the Division. And actually, I've been really happy with the general very positive response to it. So that's great. Yeah. Of course. A lot of people have been asking, why is it just a temporary addition? Why are you not putting it as a permanent thing in the game? There's a few elements here. I think we've talked about that already, but just to repeat that, one, it's a limited time event to celebrate the anniversary. We really wanted to build that as something that would not last just for fun. I think keeping it limited is what makes it feel a bit special as well. It's really not built for permanency in a way. Like there's no real replayability out of it. So once you completed it. I think if we wanted something permanent, we would probably want to make it a bit more replayable. But more importantly, before we put more work into Realism mode, we really wanted to see how
playable maybe first.
So I think getting that very positive response gives us a lot of food for thought, and obviously there is, at least from some people, there is some hunger for this kind of content. So yeah, we'll take that with us and learn from this experience and see what we do with it.
I'm already struggling with the sniper here, but yeah. So what is Realism mode for those who don't know? It's basically a more lethal and more grounded combat experience, right? And it's exclusive for Warlords of New York, which is a very cool thing to do when we are celebrating 10 years of the Division franchise. We're going back to New York, right?
Yes, yeah, and that was we wanted to celebrate the 10 years anniversary of the Division 1, and the one thing that Division 1 and Division 2 have in common, or one place, is New York, of course. So doing that in Warlords of New York and reusing the fantastic New York map that we have here felt like the best opportunity here.
It was only going to work with that or Brooklyn.
The Worlds of New York map.
But Brooklyn wouldn't work too well.
Sure everybody gets a chance to play it. So for the duration of the event, anybody can play Warlords of New York without having to purchase the expansion.
Especially when you have invulnerable going bosses.
How
are you doing with those?
I'm not doing well. I'm struggling with the sniper here.
Well, honestly, you're better than me with the controller.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, go.
No, I just wanted to talk a bit because I think the task is even harder for you because people who played Realism won't know that. But one of the aspects, of course, is to drastically reduce the RPG in the game for this mode and propose an experience that is much more immersive and logical and realistic. So of course, bullets really matter. Headshots are one shots. But therefore the challenge comes.
That
in,
idea is already
from
like insane
the
to me.
weapon
But
handling,
that's
amongst
like
other things.
you see that as a
and
realism.
so, you know, especially playing in controller here, the recoil on some of those guns is pretty intense. Actually managing those guns is, I think it's fun, especially for those of us that have been playing the Division for a very long time and are, you know, deep into the end game where there's a lot of stability and weapon handling and all of that. So you kind of forget about the recoil patterns of the guns, and it's fun to get back into an experience where it really matters.
Except
Yeah,
that the
I would say
mods
that
are
for
still
me it's
there,
especially
and
hard
that's the
because I
only
have
thing to
this
pick anyway. So
tendency to rush a lot the enemies, and you need to take cover here. You need to. It's a very punitive mode if you don't proper play the cover game, right?
Yeah, you relearn that you have to take cover. You know, I think we've been a bit spoiled, and especially with you know, with the power level of players in endgame today on the Division 2 versus the difficulty of the content, people have been used for a while to just kind of run and gun and face tank everything. So you don't necessarily need to take cover for a lot of builds anyway. So I think that's interesting to get in this experience and have to relearn how to actually play a cover-based shooter.
Yeah, and here I have the muscle memory of getting more ammo, but I can't.
Nope.
It's just a random blue box.
Yes.
Okay, time to go down. Oh, I remember the first time that I did this, I spent a lot of time trying to pass this port.
Yeah.
Because it was like when I was learning the mode myself, you know?
Oh, the mode. Okay.
Some people may think that working with games is basically playing the whole day, and especially not for me.
Not for you.
I played Division Realism mode for the first time at home when it was released, like everybody else.
You're doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing better than the first time.
You're actually doing pretty good.
Realism mode. But yeah, and today we're gonna cover year 8 season 1. So this is a very short season, the anniversary season.
Yes.
That brings a lot of challenge for us as well, because delivering a whole new season right after this special event, it's a big challenge, right? Usually we have a few months. And what can you tell us about this, the level of this challenge and the quality that we're aiming at with this season?
Yeah, well, I think it's we've never done that before. I think you know, like doing 3 or 4 seasons each year is always a challenge, because that means that we have to constantly, like, we have to work on so many things at the same time, and the team has to work very hard always to you know, get everything ready in time. And this time, to make it even harder for them, we've added the anniversary on top. So that means that yes, we have basically 2 seasons 1 month apart from each other, and not small seasons, because I mean this anniversary season came with Realism mode and a bunch of other stuff. You know, the visual improvements and the new global events, and there's a lot of things in that. So for all intents and purposes, this is as big as a normal season. And then on top of that, we have year 8 season 1 that comes a month after, so in a couple of weeks now. That is, you will see a very meaty piece of features in particular. So yeah, like juggling those things in parallel has been a real challenge, and honestly, big kudos to the team for keeping it together and making this happen. It was a very important sequence for us, and it's paying off big time for us, which is great. And this is all thanks to the very hard work of the team.
Okay, I just use my both skills.
Me neither.
Which again is very.
It's also not a good mode.
To have a longer cooldown.
It's objective issues.
Now I'm basically done with the intermission.
But as like a hey, here's something.
Actually, I think I have an outside port still.
I enjoyed going through New York
again.
It was a while.
Might be able to land it. Okay.
It was a time ago, while ago.
I was going to suggest a grenade, but you want to shoot, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, I use my grenade.
Story-wise, that much.
Leo is so locked in right now. Yeah. Well, that's you know, it's not just the pressure of you know, playing Realism mode, but it's the pressure of actually delivering on a live stream. As a game dev, you feel even more judged. I think doing that in front of a crowd. Most of you people are probably better players than us, so I can relate to the pressure of actually doing this live gameplay.
So something very interesting just happened. That is the fact that I got low on ammo and I had to swap weapons, and I had a sniper and used the pistol to finish that guy. So we took the decision, although it's realism mode, we took the decision to make the pistol with infinite ammo. Do you want to comment on this design decision? I think that's a good opportunity. I don't think we talked about this before on stream.
And we actually debated it, when we were working realism mode.
But then they made it shit.
Part of us wanted to remove the infinite ammo on the pistol because that's not really realistic. On the other hand, we didn't want you to end up in a situation where you would run out of ammo on everything, because then you're stuck. Like there is no, there's no option left for you to actually get out of a fight. So we really wanted the pistol to be this last resort weapon. We had earlier versions where the pistol was much more powerful, but the problem is if you have infinite ammo, you cannot do that because it immediately became the best in slot weapon. So instead, we decided to really make it this last resort survival mode weapon. So you have infinite ammo, but therefore it's very inaccurate. So it's really trying to get out of trouble finishing off this last enemy when you no longer have any ammo. So it's the panic weapon when the enemy comes too close and you have nothing left.
That's exactly what I'm living right now. Okay, got it. Cool. Oh no,
I mean, that's... they just explained it there.
Why I'm healing without cover? That's so dumb. Okay, I'm almost in Haven.
Actually, I'm totally on board for that decision. I was like, using the pistol, like for 2 seconds, you realize, they've changed this to be...
And how's the chat?
The last choice.
A lot of people engaging here before the stream has...
Because otherwise, we'll be way too easy.
I guess that they're...
Works well for you. You panic all the time.
Then it turns into just pistol headhunter.
I have the same issue. And then when you're in panic mode, you're just like spraying bullets everywhere. So that makes makes for very fun moments.
Here we are.
I'm happy the mode wasn't that because I actually enjoyed it better. It's just like...
I finished the intermission of Realism mode in 1E. You guys had a taste of my gameplay, but more important, what is Realism mode, how different it is. If you haven't played yet, you still have a few days to test it. I think we have around 2 weeks to go through that. It's a limited time mode, but it's a super special one because we brought it to celebrate 10 years of anniversary of the Division franchise. So go there, enjoy. And with that said, now finally I will save you guys from my poor gameplay, and we're going to the part of the stream that I feel that is the reason why the majority of you are here. Let's talk about Year 8 Season 1. Let's talk about Rise Up.
Woo-hoo.
Okay. So now, thank you. Now our production
Is it about
team,
Zeppelins?
like our content team here, taking care of the tech. We went from my gameplay to Yannick's gameplay. So now...
Look like a professional team now.
It's so beautiful. All right. So let's go to what is this new season? It's Rise Up. So everything is getting bigger, the challenge, the power. And we mentioned that you're going to deal with the Black Tusk threat, right?
Yeah. So it's Rise Up is all about new challenge.
Just
it's a whole new level of challenge, and we'll get to that. It is a very, in a way, endgame focused, hardcore focused season, which is going to be interesting coming from realism mode and all of that. This time we are actually diving very deep into RPG mechanics for this season. And the gist of the context of the season is that, yes, the Black Tusk is launching multiple assaults on the streets of Washington, D.C., and you need to figure out why and what is going on. And there is so much going on, and there's so many assaults everywhere that, it's going to take a lot of efforts, and it's going to take all of you to rise up to the challenge to make sure that you can stop them.
All right, so let's start with the seasonal modifiers, because I feel that they are the core mechanics of every season, and this season we are going deep with the RPG combinations and variants. I'm super excited to see how much fun our hardcore players will have with those seasonal modifiers, because they are super, super customizable. And I feel that this is a very fun part of this season as well, right?
Yes. So let's look at modifiers. First, I want to point out, do you see something different when I look around?
No yellow filter.
No yellow filter.
No yellow filter.
I mean, they're still there, but it's not as
that's
bad.
something that we heard you. It's on Trello already, but yeah, we plan to.
We are
to
fixing
tackle
it.
We're fixing it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the inventory and let's look at that modifier then. All right, so grab your notebooks, your Excel sheets, get ready.
Give me
This
patch
stream
notes.
From now on is going to be pretty much just a menu gameplay live stream. So I hope you're ready because we're going to be looking at a lot of menu screens. So let's talk about this this season modifier. So this season, the global modifier is called recombinant. And the idea of this recombinant season is, in a gist, look at those values. You're going to get stacks or modules, how we call that. You're going to get stack in 3 different modules. You have offense, defense, and utility. At the beginning of the season, it's going to be 10 in each one of them. Each of those stacks will contribute to a bonus, a passive bonus that applies to your agent. And they all start equal, as I said, 10 in each. They're not changing from gameplay, so they're always going to be at 10. What's going to change them is here, and that's your passive modifiers.
Yeah, okay.
So basically what happens is by applying passive modifiers, you're going to be changing the values of those stacks. Sometimes you're going to be adding, sometimes you're going to be removing, sometimes you're going to be removing from one, adding to the next. There's a lot of different things in here, and also there is a lot of passives.
A lot of passives. I think we have 34 this season,
Yes.
right? It's a lot of them for people to try out, but it's not only about trying them out individually, right?
Why that many?
So if you look at this, for example, here, I've removed all of them, so now I will have 20. So why do I have 20? Well, because I gain extra stacks because of the progression of my active modifiers. We'll get back to that. That's part of the seasonal progression. So at the beginning of the season, you'll have 10 in each. At the end of the season, or when you're done with your season journey and your active progression, you will be at 20 in each. But then, when you go in your passives, so passives are organized in offense, defense, utility, and wildcards. I'll get back to that. So when you look at your passives, for example, look at this one, amplify, increase offense stacks by 5. So pretty straightforward. I equip that one, and now I have 25 offense stacks. And you see my weapon handling value goes from 20% to 25%. Pretty straightforward. Then you have a bunch of different ones. I'm not going to go through all of them. But this one, for example, increase offense stacks, god damn it, by 10, but decrease defense and utility by 5. So you can see this, how this is going to go.
Wait, 60 weapon
one of those
damage?
has different ways of changing your stacks. And once again, the stacks are passively modifying your values. So you can mix and match them whichever way you want. I'm going to do some random stuff here just for fun. Now I have 20, 30, and 15. Okay, cool. You can mix and match them. Now, there's 2 things that you need to know. One, the order in which you equip your passive modifiers matters. So if you have one that adds and then one that multiplies, that's going to lead to a different value than if you do the multiply first and the add second, for example. Plenty of combinations. And then the second thing is deep down here, we have the wildcard ones. And those are the ones that completely flip the whole thing over and completely change the way your modifiers will, or your passives will work and your stats will work. So basically, for example, all module stacks become equal to the middle value stack if the middle value is equal to... So anyway, all of that, this, for example, here, I went back to 20, so obviously that...
You need to equip in different modules. You're just equipping on the first
I'm
one.
equiping on the first one.
Yeah, that's the
Thanks for the
so if I go back to what I was doing here...
we'll have to just look through all these when they're at.
So yeah, 35, 15, 15. So obviously putting the last one here is not going to be a good idea. I don't know all the passives, so don't ask me to demonstrate a good combination here. I don't have them in mind. If I put this one, that's probably a bad idea.
I mean, it's going to just become about maximizing, especially offense.
They will all
90%
be equal to the middle value, which here would mean probably...
Because also max armor is
so anyway,
not per se...
Is,
although, 60%.
With all those passives.
As you know, it's half, so 30% max armor.
Some pretty insane values here. by
At least
just
with armor
finding
regen.
out how to combine all those things.
Yeah, someone in chat say, "Hey Yannick, please go slow because I'm taking notes." This is all gonna be available through the patch notes that will be shared with you
That's why I'm
most
also
likely
not
tomorrow. The PTS starts on Friday, so tomorrow you have the preload,
PTS starts on
and
Friday.
You have the PTS build for you to test and play around. If I'm not mistaken, all the passive modifiers will be unlocked. In the beginning,
we'll
so you'll be
definitely
able to
do
play
an
around, and that's
in-depth
very
look on
important
it.
to
Only
experiment
tips.
because with 34 and you can change the order, and the order matters. You have a lot of different outcomes you can get from it.
I can tell you the
And
outcome of
therefore
this
we need a
already.
lot of
Everybody's going to
feedback
try
from
to get to
different
60 and
specific
then
combinations. Maybe
as
you're
much
gonna
as you
find
can get
something
into
that
the
is
other
super
stuff.
strong, and we haven't seen yet.
Like to 60 weapon
Yeah,
damage.
they have 60 now, but no longer affect stats. So the offense stacks now at 60, but I no longer get a bonus from that. And why is that? Well, that
Just to see how much
plays
60
into the
weapon damage
active
actually is now
modifiers.
on top of 30.
So the
have
active,
three.
yes, you have
Pretty
three, and obviously you have one that is more offense-minded, one defense-minded, one utility-minded. They each have an effect. Those actives, and that
built-in
effect will
EMP.
scale with your stacks.
40
so, for
meters?
example, now, as you've seen, I put 60 in offensive stack. That offense stack no longer has a passive bonus, but therefore it's going to increase my active modifier because here it's 10 meter base plus 0.5 meter per offensive stack, so plus 30 meters in my case here.
And shocks all enemies. Okay.
So it's a very, the whole point is that it's a super flexible system, and you can really build it in many, many ways. I think some people did the math in the team, and I can't remember what was the number. There's over 30,000 or 50,000 combinations possible of
that's just
of modifiers with this season. Now, mind you, not all of them are good. There's going to be bad combinations, but there's going to be some really good ones.
Yes, and for the first time in this season, you're not gonna get the modifiers through your seasonal journey.
Thank you so much.
Actually,
for
you're gonna get a
subscription,
currency, coins. I don't know. I don't remember exactly the name that we gave to them, but you will be able to buy the passive modifiers you want. So you're not locked behind like any specific mission. You can just go there and unlock.
Can I show that here? I mean, we have all of them now, but this is basically where this will happen. We've added this laptop for this season. You see, it's called. It has the name of this the modifier, and from here you will be able to. Now we have all of them, but this is where you will be able to buy your passives. So this is
a good system.
Instead of unlocking passives, you will get a currency, and then you get to pick which passives in which order you want to buy.
Also, it's not even a spreadsheet thing. It's like, what's the best option to get 60 weapon damage, and then like
we are not that kind of game.
You get as reward through
the
your
rest is
seasonal
not that
journey.
much.
So that's the modifiers of the season. Please have fun, enjoy, try to create as
should have been skill
as much as
efficiency.
you can,
Why isn't it
different
skill
combinations
efficiency?
of how
Because
you can
skill damage is
play with those passive modifiers and see
should have been regen
you
and
can
skill
have like
efficiency.
very
Although maybe
strong builds and very strong
maybe we can make that
combinations.
case.
So with that said, we didn't mention the hostile countermeasures, the modifiers from the hostile.
Let's look at them. Sorry, I was confused. So so hostiles.
As a modifier, this isn't as high damage as other stuff.
Your passives.
60 weapon damage is not it's not even
when
30
you're getting hit by
rate
those
of fire.
modifiers, you may this may deactivate some of the passives you have. This may lower the stacks you have. So you're gonna have to pay attention to those hostile icons. And when you get affected by one, this will show in your UI. So yeah, in general, without going in details here, you see, for example, eliminating this enemy with anything except a headshot disables one of your passive modifiers chosen randomly. Eliminating 3 enemies or leaving combat removes the effect. So you have to kill them with headshots, for example, the ones that have this icon. Otherwise, you're going to be disabling your passives.
Yeah.
So you build those passives, you combine them in whichever you want, you get all those stacks, you get those super.
I know it was weird that was Black Tusk.
Then this will change dynamically during combat based on the hostile modifier. So you will have to prioritize the targets based on what you see, what icons you see above their heads.
All right, so now we've gone through the seasonal modifiers. We know how they work.
We know
and
nothing.
Something very important that we're bringing to the season. We are going to talk about gear later, but something very important that we're talking
is that all
the
perfect
Black Tusk
measures?
challenge, right? And there is a feature that will represent everything that we're talking about, the Black Tusk. So if you could open your map, I feel that people will understand what we're talking about.
Well, I'm going to go a couple tabs here, and I'm gonna go to retaliation because for this season and
you're big. If we can reduce your size on screen.
Oh yeah, I'm just at the wrong place. Thank you. So for this season, and not just for the season, this will stay. By the way, this is a permanent addition. But yes, the Black Tusk will now retaliate in the world as well. So this is going to work in a similar way. When you're defeating Black Tusk, you're going to be building agitation meter. You're also building Black Tusk agitation by defeating other factions, so it's a bit of a wildcard faction. But yes, there will be Black Tusk retaliation. They will take over name zones. They will take over control points in those name zones. So that's a whole new ingredient that we're adding to the retaliation system. And once again, this
I've already talked about this.
There's a bunch of quality of life improvements that we are doing to the system as well. I think we'll get to that. And also, as part of this season only, when you get kill squads from a Black Tusk retaliation, you have a chance to actually not get a normal kill squad, but an elite kill squad. And this one is one that's been designed specifically for this season. It is stronger, tougher, and has better rewards than the regular kill squad.
Yeah, it's the BTSU Team 9, and you're going to be able to get their, for example, their outfit through the seasonal pass, but they're supposed to be very strong, and they have some pretty good rewards. Do you want to talk about those?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading chat.
So
should I say yes?
You can say yes, but we can go through the quality of life improvements as well, because one of the things that we have here is the fact that
super
we have
special
a number 2 inside the circle, right? So that's a new thing.
Yeah. So one of the ideas, one of the things we wanted to add to retaliation is the ability to play them back to back, because sometimes building the agitation meter, then you have to do the retaliation, then build the meter again, do the retaliation.
Not the best choice of words.
We wanted to make sure that you have a chance to actually play them back to back. So one thing we added is this mechanic.
Is this just stored amount?
Agitation overclock.
Overclock. It's the overclock mechanic. So basically what that means is you can fill the bar not once, not twice, but 3 times. So when it's filled once, you can trigger a retaliation as usual. But if you want, you can keep filling the bar a second time and a third time. And therefore, that will allow you to play as many retaliation back to back as the bar was filled. So if you have 3 of them, you play one retaliation. When that one is over, you can immediately jump into the next retaliation. You don't have to refill the bar again.
And it's not the same name zone, so you're going to go from one name zone to the other.
Yeah.
One thing that is very important about this is that combined with the other quality of life feature that I'm going to talk now, we are giving the players more control when they can play, when they want to play retaliation, right? Because now when the trigger, when the clock, the agitation meter fills, you don't need to immediately play. You can save for later. And another feature that we're bringing to this season is changing how the timer for retaliation works, right? So more important, how does it work? Now we are seeing that 3 hours and 51 minutes. Right now, as you guys are playing, if you go back in 4 hours, that name zone would be taken by Black Tusk. But that's not actually what's going to happen on Season 1.
No, so now that timer is actually your in-game time. And what that means is if you log off and you come back in 2 hours, you will find the timer exactly at the time where you left it. So that means you're no longer losing that timer by not playing the game. The timer just only reflects how long you've actually been logged into the game.
And you can always cancel it by just
now you have a more realistic timer compared to your actual gameplay.
So it means they're going to take over zones.
Notice based on how it works is that if the Black Tusk take a name zone, they will have the ownership of control points. That's something new as well that we're adding this season.
That's not new.
Activities or different activities like
Black Tusk have taken
convoys that I had from other factions. They're just taking care of those control points. So now this is also a new feature that we have by consequence of having retaliation for Black Tusk, right?
That's not true.
Another part that
one thing I just wanted to mention quickly, because just to be very clear, the overclock mechanic, that's for all factions, right? That's not just
thanks for clarifying.
We're showing it here on Black Tusk, but all factions can have an overclock.
You can see the number 0 inside all the faction circles. Another quality of life that we're bringing, and I feel that this is a big one because we've got a lot of feedback about this.
No, but we had a manhunt season.
So yay!
It was a season where Black Tusk was the manhunt. faction
see
back
that.
then when it
beautifully
was like
placed in
when
the
they would
menu.
take zones.
You can't miss it, but yes, you
We
can
had to do
now
control
queue
points and a
for
bounty
retaliation
and then
only.
a mission. And that's
Yeah, that's a big one that we noticed that players.
well, yeah, it was a one-time thing, and it was like
Um,
year
Do you want
3 or
to,
4.
the question that I made before
Or
I
well,
feel
4.
that also this
4 or
is gonna
5.
create some
It's a while back.
conversations there is about the rewards you can get from.
But yeah, we've
the
had
elite
control
squad.
points with.
Yes, so there's a
With
whole
Black
set
Death
of exotics that you can get, and exotic blueprints that you can get from the Black Tusk. And one thing that we're bringing is some of the exclusive exotics that are available in other places. You will be able to get them by getting the elite kill squad. So that means some of the raid exotics, for example, and other ones will be available for this season at a very low chance, but still you can actually get them by defeating the elite kill squad of the Black Tusk.
So you need to first play retaliation against Black Tusk retaliation. You need to have the chance, the luck of facing the elite kill squad, and then you have a drop rate that is also going to be implemented on that, and then you have to craft those blueprints. So this is exclusive for this season, Rise Up. So you go there as soon as it's on. You have the chance to farm those long-awaited exotics that I know that a lot of you have been.
Honestly, yeah,
and I see, and I know
they've
some
handed
people
them
will
out
react and say, "Well, what's the point of raids
right?
now if the exclusives are no longer exclusive?" And yeah, it's not the first time we're bringing those exclusives in other places. And I understand your feeling, absolutely.
This is still
I think,
like more work, likely than.
It's still a much more predictable way of getting those. But that being said, yes, we know, and we are looking at ways of bringing new,
possible.
fresh exclusive
Doug, take it
rewards
down
or
like
sense of
7
exclusivity to those
steps there.
to those pieces of content. So I know we're diluting those
No.
rewards in other places,
Yeah,
but don't worry, for raid lovers, hopefully we'll have good news.
All right, so we're done with Black Tusk retaliation, and now comes the fun part, or I believe the new fun part, right? Should we go to? I think we should go to that direction.
Should we go to inventory? Which one do you want to go for?
I don't know. I don't know which one would be better.
Okay, well, actually, I'm gonna start here. So
I feel that we can show this, and then we show the inventory, and then we go.
Look at this. There's a new thing here, and what you're going to find here is a new feature, or a completely new feature, but it's called Escalation. And what Escalation is, it's a new layer of difficulty and challenge that is added to the main missions of the game. So when you're going to go in this menu, I don't know, let's see what we can see. So there will be a rotation that is on, I don't know how many, actually I don't know if it's every week or every X amount of days, but anyway, where some missions will be selected, and those missions will be available for Escalation. Escalation comes in tiers. It goes from tier 0 to tier 9, I believe. And each of those tiers makes the experience more challenging. So it starts, tier 0 is the equivalent of heroic difficulty, and then it goes beyond that. So every tier will make the NPCs deal more damage, have more health, have more armor, as you can see in this screen, but not only. At specific tiers, we're also going to be unlocking what we call mutators, which are bespoke modifiers to those enemies. So it's not just a question of scaling, it's also a question of gameplay affecting changes. So the enemies will have special gameplay twists.
Work on your balance for this to be worth it as well.
So this is going to, bring a whole new level of challenge for those of you that have way exceeded heroic difficulty, or even incursion or raids or legendary difficulty.
But how does it go up in ranks?
This is going to add some granularity, but also a whole new layer of challenge that hopefully is going to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, no, I saw someone already asking, and that's it. So tier 0 of Escalation is right now heroic, and you have 10 tiers above that. So we're not bringing an extra tier after legendary. Actually, we're bringing 10 tiers on top of heroic.
Yeah. And maybe just to show you just a bit more how that works, because there's actually a bit more to this.
Maybe you can check the gear before joining. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna play. I just want to show. Just want to show how it works. But when you look at this mission, so this is the way Escalation works. So from the menu in the White House, I was able to fast travel directly to the mission. And here I have the Escalation. I have again the setup, and you see those tiers here at the bottom. What you're going to see is that we have a new thing that is tier tokens. It's a new currency. So what happens is you actually need to spend those tokens to increase the tier of that escalation. I spend 1 token. If I succeed in that mission, I will gain 3 tokens. If I fail
extra rewards
that mission, and failure is permanent, I will lose the token I put in here. So there is a risk reward here. So be careful not to exceed your ability and try to go too high in tiers. But as you unlock the tiers, it's going to cost more. It's going to give you more tokens. We're going to boost the NPCs more and more. We're going to start unlocking mutators.
That's also not specifically legendary.
As you complete those tiers, you will unlock the following tiers all the way to the last one, where the difficulty will be at the highest level.
If you press G, we can see some of the mutators there, because you can see there the icons, and this is the description of the mutators that we have. For example, we have Harvest there. It's very tiny for me to read, so I need
basically
to get
also
my notes.
modifiers.
But yeah, we have Harvest, that is when dealing damage, this enemy regenerates armor and health by a percentage of your maximum armor. So we have enemies with different special, almost like hostile modifiers specifically for these escalation modes, right?
Exactly. You have some of them are global mutators. They will be applied to the whole thing. Some of them are bespoke enemy mutators applied to NPCs. So this will be applied again based on
that set, or is that also
the tier that you're in. So here we're in tier 2. So you see those 2 mutators have a chance to be applied on NPCs when you're going to be playing that.
These parts are easy.
I've paid 3 tokens for it. I'm going to get
short
6
explanation
for completion.
Like this isn't.
So you always get
this isn't for me to cover, really. Honestly, it's more of a
enough to go into the next tier or to keep.
Thirsty thing to get to tier 10 or something.
And it's very important to remember that, remind all of you that this version of the game that we're playing and we're showing right now is an internal build. So this is not the version that you're going to play tomorrow.
But if tier 2 is already 60% more on the armor.
For example, this account has 999 tokens. This is not how we're going to start. You're going to start with way less, and you need to manage those tokens and the challenge, so you can keep. You're betting on yourself, on the quality of how well you're going to perform.
Yeah.
Right?
I see,
or is it if wipe you lose?
Is this season exclusive? No. This is a permanent feature that we're adding to the game. It's gonna stay here.
So basically,
it's applied to missions.
Well, it's more like the
and difficulty and challenge
in Diablo 3
is a whole
like
thing
higher
that
tier.
we want to look at the entire game. We're starting with missions, with escalation, and throughout the year we're going to be looking at how do we also address difficulty and challenges in other places as well.
Yeah, and before jumping in the action to show how it looks,
I'm all up for
this. I feel that there's one person who asked one question that I lost in the middle of it, but I think it's super important that it's what are the rewards? Why someone should play this? And I feel that this is the perfect opportunity to introduce another new thing, right?
Glad you asked. What are the rewards? Obviously, we are not going to do that and just have you farm the same stuff all over again, right? So I'm going to go back to the White House just so I don't get aggroed in the open world while I'm doing this. But we're going to go back to inventory. I said this will be a menu live stream.
5 times.
So our inventory live stream. So let me show you something that you've never seen before.
Ooh, this is mysterious.
Wow. In here, look at that baby. Let me introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to prototype gear. And prototype gear, what is it? It's a new quality layer added to the items. This applies to high-end items and gear set items.
Gear.
They can now exist in prototype version. And what prototype means, it means 2 things. It means higher stats, higher rolls, and a whole new thing that we're calling augments. Augments is a new modifier that is applied to your item. It rolls randomly when you drop a prototype. There's a set of augments. So a bit like talents, but they come on top of talents, so they don't replace talents. And what you can see with those augments, the big difference with talents is that first they apply to every piece of gear. So every single piece of your gear can have an augment. And second, they are not situational like talents. You know, talents are like do a headshot and then 3 spin around, and then you're gonna get plus 5% damage. Here, these are usually passive abilities that are applied to your build. On top of that, augments level up. So the more you use the weapon, the more XP you gain into this weapon. You can upgrade this augment to gain in power.
I wonder if they thought this was going to land well, because
is going to increase to
fuck off
something more and something more.
This is like,
and you can level it up.
Goodbye levels.
The more you use it.
Dumb.
And the last thing is that those augments also stack. So I have this augment paradox. If I have a second piece of prototype equipped that also has paradox, that bonus will be combined.
So yeah, we were wondering before the stream if we should start with this, and then we, based on your excitement in the chat, we noticed that this is something that you
people are excited about this.
Excited, so we on purpose decide to leave it for the end, because this changed a lot, right? We are giving a whole new layer
prototype Lexington
of power for players like the prototype Lexington. And now people will be wondering like, hey, how far I can go and how I can get those, right? And this is where Escalation comes, and also the whole system of how you can upgrade those prototype gears, because we are making sure that we're valuing your time on creating your perfect build.
Yes, exactly. So the whole thing is that prototype, you can also upgrade existing items into prototype quality. It's not going to be easy, but you can do it. So it's really about your time. So there's a couple of things I'm going to show you. More menus. Kudos to our UI team for all those menus they had to create for this season. They really worked their butts off, and it paid off.
Oh yeah, this is extremely dumb. Like this is
so let me press
like
M here to go into the prototype.
Sunsetting the game levels.
Is basically where you can control your prototype item. You can re-roll your augment if you don't like it. So works a bit like a recalibration. You can basically re-roll the augment and get to pick. Let me try to do it. I re-rolled and I rolled a new one.
This has obvious flaws. Like this is not just trying new stuff. This is obviously taking from the Chinese version and like taking the worst parts of it. Like this is exactly what I would not want.
So it's really a question for you. Do you want to keep the one you have at the level you have it, or do you want to go back from augment level 1, but an augment that you prefer? So you get to keep or change the augment. So that's number one.
The thing is, this is power creep. So now the only thing we're doing is the new missions, right? Because this is going to give us extra power.
Directly here.
Like higher difficulty needs the gear to stay at, like if the gear is going up with the same difficulty, it's not a new challenge.
To have one that is,
you know, if we're playing, doing level 40 missions with level 30 gear, that's extremely hard. Doing level 40 missions with level 40 gear isn't, right?
So 2% chance to refill.
So now we have new gear that has new extra power, deal with the new extra hard missions, and also you create now that the old stuff is completely like power creeped all the way up. Because if you have this, is legendary hard? No.
And
right? Like legendary already isn't hard.
And the other thing, as we said, is you can upgrade items. So for example, I have this striker piece here. So there's a couple conditions for this. You need the item to be expertise 30, and you need it to be max rolled. So you need to optimize the weapon or the item to the maximum. Once it is at the maximum, or it can be just directly a gold roll, you don't have to use optimization, but anyway, once it's at the maximum and expertise maximum, you can...
Because also this is, hey, so all your builds you made...
And I say upgrade.
Go upgrade them all.
I now got a prototype striker.
This is also like, once you upgrade the striker, what am I going to upgrade first? Striker. What am I going to play for the next 2 months? Striker, because my tipping skills, my Coco, my tech tanks, all of those are not upgraded, right? Like, it's,
so you're going to see
this is,
you're not losing.
This is like so many games do this kind of stuff, and it's always bad.
So
yeah, in this case, we could upgrade all those prototypes that are there, right?
Yes. So you can upgrade everything. And yeah, so you can upgrade everything, and you can start having fun.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I prefer not being spoiled on these kind of stuff.
Escalation, the new difficulty layer, is where you will be able to drop prototype items.
The higher are they though? They're adding just this
the more
new difficulty
you will have to get prototype items. and the better quality they will be, which means higher rolls as well. Because prototypes here, we probably don't see that because I think they're all maxed out, but in the game when you get
and
them,
also
they will
another
not
like
necessarily be maxed out.
stage of
so there will be RNG again.
that people
once again,
that
the minimum value.
if this users I didn't pay
equal to
attention
what
at
was the
all. I'm
maximum
kind of
value
just
of it before it was
miffed at
prototype.
this.
So again, you will never have
We'll
something
see
that
it
is
in the
worse
patch notes exactly what
than the
resources
high-end or
it
gifted
uses.
version of it.
Um,
But you will need to play the RNG game in order to actually get the maxed out version. So it's a whole new grind available for all of you.
And some people ask about if prototype gear could be specialization weapons or exotics. I think that's important to
Legendary open
mention.
world is not a
what
good
is
idea,
eligible
ever.
to be
Master
upgraded
maybe,
to
but-
prototype, right?
But or adding
Yes,
that
so
mode to the
it's
open
high-end
world.
items,
There's also
exclusive
now
items,
open
it's
world
named
that doesn't have
items
that extra difficulty.
available for prototype, not exotics. But yeah, all those items.
All right.
I see a bunch of reactions to expertise as well. Don't worry, this comes also with a sweet pass on expertise and all of that to make it easier and faster to max out your expertise.
I think this offers us another opportunity to show another quality of life update that we're bringing, because for now you've noticed it's been a we've been spending a lot of time on this, and it's important to go through that because it's a very complex season with a lot of different new systems, and we know how you guys are gonna try to break it and try to make all the combinations. So to make sure that you have have your life easier to do that, we are bringing a new quality of life improvement that is the future for duplicate items, right?
So today in inventory management specialty, we bring you the best quality of life improvement ever, which is this show all button that is down there. So when I look at this striker piece here, for example, I can actually press the show all button. And what this does is it's going to show me every single copy of this item I have, whether it's in my inventory or in the stash. So when you have a piece of item, when you drop a piece of item and you're like, wait, do I have one in my stash? What were the roles? I don't remember. You can on the spot, and that directly from the loot pile as well. You don't have to have it in inventory. You can directly compare and look at all the different copies you have from here. And from that screen, you can directly mark as junk, mark as favorite, move to inventory, do all of that directly from the inventory.
That's perfection. That's
not a big fan
the best
of
feature of
the
this.
prototype.
It's the most exciting thing ever.
Yeah, I see that people are celebrating.
I'm so excited about that.
I mean, everybody will have it in PvE.
All right, so that's
everybody
basically
power creeps up.
what we
But
have
PvP
from
is
prototype.
for self-balancing.
That this express a little bit how it's supposed to work, but obviously you need to try and see.
In a damage sense,
augments,
tech
how you
tanks
can
are a
upgrade
lot
them,
less
the different
damage,
types you
but
can
they have enough for
So
her.
that's going to be super fun. And obviously every season comes with new gear, so we are also introducing new gear to this season that can be, if they're eligible, like named items or brand sets and gear sets, they can be turned into prototype as well. So if you go to your loadouts, Yannick, we should have
I want to see the new items.
I think we should start with the sets, the brand set and
Is the F2000 like
down
looking as like the old one?
down there. Yeah.
This?
Yes, this is the Royal Works brand set, right?
Yeah.
I need to find my notes, but yeah.
So Royal Works, I have it here.
Okay.
Hopefully these are the proper values. Maybe they might not be final, so that's why it's probably good if you're looking at your notes.
Why 5?
But yes, the new gear brand here. So will also be available in prototype. So plus 5% weapon handling, plus 32% magazine size, plus 15%.
Why is this one so undertuned?
The bonuses
Also investor there.
Yes, we have the name chest piece robbing and the name chest backpack bulldog. If you go back there, you should see.
I have the bulldog here.
Yeah, the bulldog has a different
composure. Yeah, we needed that one still. 20.
What else do you want me to?
And the backpack, yes.
Makes up
the
for
perfect
brand bonus.
Perfect gunslinger is the chest. Exactly.
Is this one Robin?
Yes.
Perfect gunslinger.
We also have the core strength gear set. So if you go to your loadout, you can see there.
I have it.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I have it here.
quicker. So yeah.
Core strength. Oh wait, let me. Yes, I will equip it just so it's easier to read. Okay, so core strength. This is again playing around with stats and with core attributes and all of that. We said it would be a complicated season and a very deep RPG one. So yes, 2-piece, plus 10% weapon handling, 3-piece, plus 5% weapon damage, 5% total armor, 5% skill efficiency. 4-piece bonus for each core on your gear piece. Receive 40% of the other 2 cores bonuses. Skill tiers count as
random
50% skill
cores.
efficiency when these bonuses are applied. All pieces from the gear set, apart from the backpack, will feature random cores. So, have fun.
That is a creative set, actually. But what's the
items? We have the
max weapon damage you can get out of that, because that's actually not going to be enough.
Yeah, we have
or
the
just
exotic
red style.
Right here. So.
Yeah, the mask could be investor. Yeah, that was the one that I was looking for in my notes.
Yes. So investor, what do we have here as a talent slotted? Receive bonuses for each non-core attribute on this item depending on their color. So you see I have those 3, I have 1 yellow and 2 blue. So here I'm gonna get plus 5% skill efficiency, plus 2% armor regen. This item can feature any core attribute. This item features a 3rd random attribute instead of having a gear mod slot. This item cannot feature the headshot damage, health, or skill repair attributes. So again, depending on the attributes you roll here, you will get different bonuses on top of those attributes. So once again, these are kind of like persistent
exotic is hell.
sets and items. It's a bit the same as this one. So it's really just about like prepare your build, max out your stats, and then just go rampage.
Yeah, I was going through my notes. There are so many things on this season that I had like
what are the other
thousands of pages. Yeah, the next one is the Whiplash exotic pistol. This is not the final model of it.
The model is not right, yeah.
So we're going to update that with the new model. But yeah, the new pistol.
Having this weapon holstered for 5 seconds, reloads and primes it. While primed, swapping to this weapon reloads your primary and secondary weapons and grants plus 20% rate of fire, 50% weapon damage until its magazine is emptied. Reloading or swapping from this weapon before its magazine is emptied will remove its stat
this
bonuses.
thing is overtuned by a large amount.
You holster it, you let it cook, and then you take it out and you destroy.
Like especially 20% rate of fire and
rifle agitator. I saw that some people have noticed that before when you were showing your weapons. Yep,
that beauty.
This one,
50,000 looking old.
Yeah, perturb. It's also a prime mechanic. So while this weapon is holstered, generate 50% less threat when shooting. Keeping this weapon holstered for 10 seconds will prime it. While primed, swapping to this weapon grants plus 25% rate of fire, plus 30% weapon damage, and you generate 100% more threat when shooting for 15 seconds. So yeah, same. Holster it, play around with your other weapons for 10 seconds, then you take it out and destroy once again.
We're bringing also 2 new named weapons. The trader is up there, and I feel that
for 15 seconds.
Relevant. It's the talent that is also about swapping. It's called perfect back and forth, or this is the perfect version of it.
Yes. So yeah, swapping to this weapon grants plus 13% rate of fire and 12% weapon damage for 10 seconds. Swapping from this weapon grants plus 5% rate of fire and 4.5% weapon damage for 10 seconds. Gonna have to make a big
that's a lot
after this stream.
Yeah,
a lot of inventory or menu reading.
Yeah, and I think that's
basically
everything we have
beyond
for,
measured,
new,
but you would need
gear.
both weapon slots.
Again, this will be available through PTS. The patch notes should come later tomorrow.
At the same time.
You're going to have a lot of things to learn, a lot of things to explore, a lot of
can't
things
go
to test.
from one. Yeah.
I'm wondering if the weekend is going to be enough for people to try everything that we're adding to it, because this is a lot of new content, especially for hardcore veterans. But we're super happy because we're rising up. We are raising the stakes, and Rise Up is all about making it harder and more powerful for you guys who have been supporting us for so long. So I'm super excited to see what you guys think about this. Yeah. Anything special you like to highlight from this, Yannick, especially when it comes to feedback?
We'll see.
Like anything.
Overdogs is still alive.
Give us your feedback. No, I mean, so one thing I want to mention is this is a first step into for us, trying to to sanitize the difficulty challenge and the power creep of the players. So for several years now we've been giving you a lot of power and not really been able to increase the challenge outside of some legendary missions and incursion and master difficulty. But it's always very bespoke things. We want a more systemic approach. So escalation is our first. It's our first take on this.
And then we give you super power creep on everything else.
Into a new power level.
What's wrong with
also
you?
Difficulty that actually makes sense, and the game being able to always respond to that power. So go on the power chase, have fun, and get ready for a challenge and more challenges to come throughout year 8. And for this PTS specifically, just go play around, play with the. I know that there's the new shiny toys with prototype. Play with them. That's cool. Give us your feedback. Try escalation. Give us your feedback as well. Is the difficulty right? Is it too hard? Not hard enough? How would you like to see that going moving forward? Don't forget to also try out the season mechanics and retaliation. I know it's maybe less shiny than the new toys, but it's super important that we get feedback on that also. So give us feedback on all the things and have fun with all we've been cooking.
Yeah, and we got some questions about features that we've announced. These are the main features of this season. We're not bringing retaliation on season 1, neither the incursion or stuff like that. But for example, we're going to have classified assignments. We're going to have the return of classified assignments. So as we mentioned in the showcase during the anniversary stream, this is going to be a paid content, but the first one is going to be available since the first day of the season. We're going to cover that more over the season launch stream that will come later as well. But right now we want to bring attention to the focus to what's new, what can be adjusted, what can be balanced, and the new gameplay features that we're adding. Of course, I believe that I forgot some of the quality of life improvements. For example, I just remember that when you're playing a retaliation, the other retaliation timers are paused as well. So this type of tiny things that we added to make everyone's lives better. You're gonna see all of that with the patch notes, but the most important thing we covered here, and this season is gonna be a very important one because it's the first one of year 8. So again, this is the version that you're gonna play. This version that you're gonna play this weekend, it's not the version that's gonna be released later. So have in mind that some bugs might occur, and we'll be looking into that to fix them as soon as possible. And some of the bugs that we have right now, for example, some people have asked during the stream about the PS5 graphic issues that some players have been encountering. We are investigating right now, so we are always keep an eye on what the community is saying, and it's not because we are not actually delivering it right now. Is that we're not working.
They'll likely be tied to the
making sure that we can
season pass or something.
So there are a lot of new stuff that are coming. Please go have fun. Thank you, Yannick. I know that this stream was very
classifieds have always been
tied to all of that, but I felt it was very important to showcase everything, right?
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that there's a lot to cover, and again, this is just a part of what's coming with this season. You've mentioned classified assignments. There's a lot coming. There's a lot coming in year 8, so it's great to. Anniversary was fun, and it's I'm super happy for anniversary, but it's great to get to talk about year 8 and actually show year 8 and get into year 8. So super exciting. Love to see all the feedback. Let's just
to get some feedback.
Where this brings us. I'm super excited for Escalation and Prototype. We've been working on that for a very long time.
All right, so if that's it, it's almost 4
really,
o'clock for us. It's time for us to end the stream. Stay tuned in our socials. We're going to announce when the preload is available. We're going to announce the patch notes, and have fun this weekend with PTS. We are ending here, so thank you so much for your audience. Thank you, Yannick, for joining me, and see you next time.
Did they say when the patch notes are up? Just after the stream. Thanks for nothing. So, man, that's such a downer. Don't do another hey, go upgrade all your builds. Oh, and while you're upgrading all your builds, you don't want to run anything else because it's going to take forever to do all your builds. And now also, hey, those are only the builds worth running. And also, hey, all of the content that we already have that isn't getting escalation, this is now super easy. we power crept even more into those instead of like losing power creep. Just the fuck. So yeah, hopefully we can convince them to tone it down. Also, again, like putting, hey, we remove talents from every piece, because man, that was actually kind of annoying, and that was like a big list, and like there's already way too many talents on chest and backpack. Oh, let's bring that back. Why is nobody clapping? Because everybody's grinding their teeth. That's the sound you're hearing. Because yeah, if escalation is the only new hard thing, you've just power crapped the rest out of even being worth it. And unless you like doing missions on escalation, it's such a bad idea. But hopefully we can convince them not to do it. There's still time. They've changed things from PTS to live. Because everything else is good. Is good choices. So heated, I'm not even on that one. I'm not even paying attention. Also, yeah, this character is on her right. Yeah, I was grabbing some of the resources. Let's keep doing that here. But these prototypes, yeah. Where's the new catch up is here? Oh, yeah, no. Let's get to Lexington now. Currently not. It might be part of some event, otherwise the stretch goals of next season. Like expertise is already that, and is already like too much, and already feeding into like, hey, these items, this minimal set of items that you've upgraded, keep using those, which is completely counter to the whole idea of division. Like, this is building tall. This is building tall built into the game. Division is about building wide. Like, why are you putting in systems about building tall? How could you get it that wrong? Right, like, I want to see the passioners actually see what the resource cost and stuff is. But was it then like only because somebody, I saw that chat but I missed it, I was kind of talking over them as well. So it needs to be level 30 gear for it to be augmented as well, if you're not doing it from, because they can drop, they talked about. But you can also like upgrade them, because that's even worse, because hey, now everybody that doesn't have that is at a bigger disadvantage even still than they were already at by not having grade 30. Like, let me get just put out more gear, put out more brands, put out more weapons. The combination of that is much more interesting than kind of building into one build. That makes it worse. Like, actually, if it was easy to get, that would be better. Like, if it was actually easy to upgrade to prototype and you could do it with all the builds, because then at least you can get multiple builds into the prototype stage. And yeah. Yeah, I had the game music audio turned off. It's back now. So you can't choose anywhere else. I mean, that doesn't work either, because you could, but Oh, won't work in? So that's even worse. So you can't have the same experience with the build that you have in Raid and Incursion. But also Raid and Incursion is not like that's not the part that open world. All of the other things that we do now that even are more power creep than. So project, yes, but then that's the making everything else worse for this one new mode that they're introducing. Then keep the numbers more tame, because if you keep the numbers in Escalation more tame and you just keep the current level of power, then we have a challenge. If the gear is going up with it, right? Like, it doesn't matter if the enemy has 100, if the enemy has let's say 500 health and we hit for 100, or if we're hitting for 100k and they have 500k health, right? The balance between it matters, not just, hey, we increase the numbers on this end, but we also give you more numbers on this. And then also now, all this other content is still down here. Control points, manhunt, the scats, doing control points, doing the retaliation, all of that stuff is still down here. And now there's gear that can go up here. And that is supposed to be counter power creep? What? But is this then the revamped gear that they were touting? Gear for builds, basically, but that's going to be, starting at, there's still much to do before reaching that level of endgame. This is, as I kind of talking about, for hardcore play. But they more mean they should have used more the term experience or something like that. Hardcore is a mode literally in your game. Well, likely your better bet is to, on Reddit, likely there'll be a recap. I'm not going to recap everything here, but mostly, new gear, new stuff, and then also Escalation, which will be a new difficulty modifier on top of certain missions and on a rotation, on a mission list. And prototype gear, which will be another level of gear that we can upgrade into, and also drops.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Oh yeah, I mean that's yeah. I'll likely do it, but if it's anything more than 10% increase, which already from this stuff there, it looked for way more than that, especially a lot of utility talents. By the look of things, yeah. Well, not when it starts. It's the stretch goals are, as implied by it, are the it stretches at the end of the season, give you more goals. But we might see an event or something before that. But currently, no. Lexington is not currently available.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Show the new exotics, yeah. Also, that new pistol is way overtuned. Just doing such big numbers more recently. It's kind of annoying.
Come on.
Just, what are we doing with 20 rate of fire and 50 weapon? Just what? Do you know how big of a bonus that is? People will still run quick step for most of it, but for the tougher stuff, I mean, well, they're adding tougher stuff, so. Yeah, because this is basically also gear 3.0. because for a large part, until you've upgraded everything, you're stuck with, you know. Because it doesn't fully invalidate like what you have already, because the intention will be to upgrade it eventually. But yeah, not a fan. Yeah, I want to read the patch notes. I didn't catch that, but trust whoever brought it up there that they were actually paying attention. I kind of stopped paying attention once I realized what was happening there. Those are partner exclusive. I didn't even pay attention to if they're being drops. Did they say anything about drops? Usually they are. The drops, they always do it through their UB partner thingy. You have to, the partners have to even sign up for them in the back end. Didn't catch anything of that, but also, yeah, for a lot of it, I kind of zoned that. Jealous. Don't worry about that then. Oh, patch notes tomorrow? Okay. What? Don't do a stream and do the patch notes a day later. Now we have to rely on screenshots. Wait, what was this one? What's this? Indeed, yeah. Yeah, at least the global modifier looks interesting. The new gear sets, I'm curious to see. Initial thoughts is it's not well actually capacitor. It's make for something interesting there. Could make for decent hybrid there. Basically anything else that recoups through, although that's basically capacitor. Nothing else really recoups through. But yeah, we need to figure out actually how much you can gain there and just how far it lands, because it doesn't have other inherent. Well, you get the 40% of the core or yellow core, and then you would get, you know, weapon damage as well from capacitor. That could land actually pretty high likely, especially if it's always on. From rules, that does work. The way they were showing it, it can drop from escalation, and then you can also upgrade current gear. But likely it won't be clear really price and stuff until we really patch notes and then actually playing it PTS. Because both of those things will likely make it clear what the cost is, how intensive it is, but yeah, I'm not a fan. So many games do this, and it's always a bad idea. Just adding another tier when you have like an established tier. Like it's such an obvious way, right? Like, hey, I have a 3-story building. How do we expand? Oh, I'll put another story on top, right?
Nice doing business with you.
No, fucking clean your house. Kind of fucking like make the insides nicer of what you already have. I remember World of Tanks also was like getting this kind of system, and it was just as bad there with the bond gear. Because now suddenly, you know, you create even more of the haves and have-nots, right? Like, you're creating a tier of gear that'll be likely unattainable for a large part of the player base. And also, you know, from a perspective is just like, oh yeah, no, I have just way better gear than you do. Because now one of the things that I like about Division, somebody playing like even likely on 4th account in like before likely even year 8 starts, I'll have, with the exception of likely the watch points and the minor grading here on the weapons and stuff, I'll have the exact same gear that I have here. I'll have a max armor core, I'll have max crit damage. I won't have that expertise there, but that's meaningless on the gear anyway. I won't have a Lexington, but I'll have a good enough weapon with flatline and with max stats because I can optimize that. Within a few weeks, I can be, have a build. I can have that build or I can have this build, right? Like this even more so like, hey, with the exception of the Lexington and the Stack Broker, and I'll get those at the end of the season, hey, I can have a very similar build to this, right? I can have these max stats, these max stats. When you add another tier on top, now you're creating a separation between the players by such a degree, because also the stats there looked quite a bit higher, and then the minimal talents there were some of them already like I don't even remember them, but there was one like there's a chance for every 2 shots that you fire that you reload the mag. Those kind of stuff is noises. Just want to make me make noises. That's it. Legendary named enemies. Could be, maybe. It would be funny to see just the legendary boss suddenly as a kill squad, DOA legendary boss, together with like the two guys from Manning next to him, trying to guard his backpack. Just fucking 2 marauders as a kill squad, the 2 legendary marauders from Roosevelt. Now that would be a kill squad. They would kill the fuck out of you. It's Kelsover indeed. Kelso had to go. She said the power creep was too high. It's going to be, yeah. Because that's also the thing, like, but those numbers seemed like, I'm all up for, like, I've said this often, like, I wouldn't mind the mode where, like, enemies have 50% or 100% more armor. This seems to go to, like, a shit ton more, because tier 2 was already 60%. And that's then why you need the new gear. But then don't do that. Keep the current gear and make escalation balance to that, so that, like, a max that build matters there. No, well, they were talking about it as if it would also be from Escalation. So it would drop from Escalation. Yeah, I want to catch up on that again as well. Yeah, well, we'll likely have Clash. But yeah, no, I thought that they were, because they were talking, or is the resources a reward from Escalation? That could also be it. The resources to upgrade that could also. That's some. Yeah. He also went to EA, went to DICE. Battlefield 7 now starring Kelso from The Division. That would be amazing. Wait, research. Let's fill up this character actually. Yeah, let's get just that food. Although, wait, did I get my side of cash? I did. Opened it already. I went around as well in the background, just filling up these characters back to full food and water and components, so they can have some more weeks of. For early access. Could there be? Well, likely have confirmation, which exotics and stuff. But they were talking about getting the blueprints of, yeah, things. I'm gonna guess like Eelbearer and then Ravenous. I'm not against that actually. Honestly, it's been time to make those things more generally available. The annoying thing is gonna be like if the drop rate is really as low as they're kind of suggesting there, it's gonna be annoying just to get the blueprints in general. right? Like for the people that want to have max blueprints and stuff and all the blueprints. Because if it's the same like level of drop rate of like DZ Eagle Bearer, like I'm not even interested. Like, although maybe they meant it as it can drop from them and you don't get blueprints for them, but actually they were talking about new blueprints when they were talking about that. So also I'm at the wrong thing here. I might as well just run. Only the all of control. Not new player, exactly. Well, the new gear sets and stuff aren't that, though. I would not agree with that being like the prototype, definitely. If you mean that. But you know, when a new gear set comes in, if it's powerful and stuff, like honestly, at most like 10 hours of farming, you'll have a maxed out set and the resources to get it and stuff. Even if you're like going slow, that seems even like even saying 10 hours feels like too long. Because yeah, you can just go target loot, get some of the parts.
System curtailed.
But then maybe like including the getting optimization resources and stuff for.
System restored.
System would definitely help. Oh, there is a like the thing is those talents working or those stats working in PvP is in PvP it's a self-solving issue because the other side gets it too, right? Like the balance goes up on both sides. Plus, if they are already disabled in incursion and in raid, you know, DZ PvP would just be one step further. Just disable them there too. But I don't think even in PvP and stuff that's an issue because yeah, you have the other side also having that option. The annoying thing is though that yeah, it creates even more like yeah, if you have it right. At least in conflict it should definitely be disabled. Like if the intention there is that expertise is disabled and the watch points are disabled, this shit needs to be disabled there too. Because at least it's being built on like the base sets and you know just it's a striker piece and then it's prototype, right? Means that the underlying piece is still there. You could always revert to the stats underneath it. Use in the game. We don't. I barely paid attention to how he was upgrading them.
Let me guess.
The ones that recommend from raids. I mean, Eagle Bear already is in. Regulus is one of the strong items. Overall, that's the one that like actually sees a lot of use. Ravenous can be interesting in parts. Eagle and Bighorn are usable. Bighorn more than Eagle Bear. But that's about it. Regulus is especially a really powerful tool that does something that nothing else does. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. That's so clever. Yeah, it's... Yeah, let's see if we can convince them to not go down that road. Well, the prototype is a step above it, but yeah, you're basically at a disadvantage until you have some. At least it's fitting into current sets. If you even have a piece or two, you start seeing some advantages, but also if it's... Yeah. And yeah, it does have a high feeling of like, it feels definitely like classified. Not in the exact same way, of course. but I get the very strong feeling of the same bad idea that classified was from this. Exactly, for new gear, yeah. Watch points aren't disabled? What do you mean? Watch. Only for watch and that. Oh, interesting. In conflict, it should be disabled. Keep in mind, it could have been also someone running like Coyote in your team or something like that. Not common, but maybe they broke it with this season or something. I haven't played at all conflict this season, but yeah, in general, it should be. This means encouraging. Because the park group. Thing is, though, having like a relative power levels, because one of the things is now also like the only one that's going to matter is actually just Escalation 9, right? Like the 10th level, because everything up to there is like not the max level. The thing is, though, you have to do it the other way. I feel, or together. Like everything needs to go up at all at once. Like, why make it so that for a whole season we won't care about open world and just doing general missions? Because also the missions that aren't in there, we still want to do weeklies and stuff, right? You don't get the extra challenges unless those missions incidentally are in the pool. Build your guys. Yeah. Vertical investment. This could be a sort of a torment corruption system to continue pushing difficulties. We can do no. Because the thing is, like new gear and new brands and new things coming in, that's like shifts up stuff, for instance, there. Because the gameplay is what matters here. Because one of the things I dislike about like going back nowadays to like Diablo and stuff like that is you will always it becomes either you're steamrolling it or you're actually getting ended pretty quickly. There's no like place of challenge, mostly because it isn't per se based on, you know, for instance, in here, positioning, shooting, and stuff like that matters. The player skill matters more than in some of those games. Like positioning in Diablo isn't like, yeah, sometimes like cheesing a corridor or something. But here we have mechanics. We have the game. We have the third person side of the game that, you know, already carries it. Well, part of it is my gun shoots more. That's my issue here. Like I would be actually more okay if prototype gear didn't have extra stats and had like minimal extra talents and stuff. But even then, that's also still power creep, depending on what those talents are. That's what I say, yeah. Also, just even more, like expertise already does that, right? Like if I have this grade 30 Lexington, right? Like I quite often feel why would I go and mess around with, you know, all of these guns that I have in here? Like, at least expertise is not such a big upgrade that if I want to like mess around with some of these guns, I'll grab them. Once you add another layer of prototype onto that, I also have to kind of look at how much increase of damage it is, but the stats I saw there were not encouraging. Oh yeah, let's actually go shoot something. Let's go take some frustration out on some hapless idiots. Let's see. Oh, they want to do some of the challenges here. Not even really, honestly. Was Roosevelt invaded? Roosevelt was invaded. That's also Camp White Egg. Ah, you know what? Let's get a weekly in. See if I can sneak in a priority objective that is on that track. Title. I will do title last now. Got some bounties. Black Tusk. Have a few there. Get that one. Do it in the sewer real quick. Yeah, let's go shoot some shit. Let me catch up here. One time being reverted. Oh, that's already in the Trello board stuff. That'll get fixed with the next patch. Oh yeah. Yeah, at least it's not that. It's not just like. But actually, the talents on the pro. I'm just gonna call them classifieds. On the classifieds seemed a little bit daddish though, like random chance stuff that will likely be super powerful if abused correctly. Oh, I need to take. Oh. Yeah, we're discussing more just how bad of an idea it is to actually even have that system, like the cost of it and stuff is. Or weekend PTS. Oh yeah, but there's always been a weekend PTS, even Project Resolve and stuff. Well, actually, Resolve was, I think, in the time still when it was like 2 PTS phases. It would have been nice here, but. Shoot him. Well, oh, you mean it in the other way? Like that would be more interesting. No, I would disagree. Getting in the way of the actual just shooting of the game for a large part would be detrimental to the game, I feel. Like the shooting in the game is good. Like trying to do ARPG style stuff like that, I don't think would work out well here. I would lean the other way. I want the shooting to be there, and then like you can
hostile broadcast detected.
Work around like making, because we already have, you know, somewhat stuff like that. Like you shoot things and they bleed. OD. You shoot things and you get more damage and stuff like that. But yeah, having, for instance, actually affecting the how you shoot, kind of like that. Although maybe you meant it like more just doing interesting things around. But yeah, that's more like with skills and stuff in this game. Real. Yeah, it's one of those things again, like the yellow filter. This is just the prototype filter. They showed a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, okay, escalation.
Agent detected.
Even some of the other stuff. The gear set, brand set and stuff. Although both of the exotic weapons seemed like a way too overtuned. Oh, I'm not on the build, I think I'm. I swapped to a striker just for illustrative purposes.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But yeah. Pulling a classified in Div 2 wasn't on my bingo card for this one though.
I think we're done here. Is everyone all right?
I don't. Oh, actually, no, I do want the band. I want the bandy. I want to go do the band. Let's go back to that. Order. Thing is, though, it's like at that point you might as well just not have the system at all. Right? Like, why have another layer of complexity? When it also isn't adding much. Except for extending the grind. So.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh, they're like, I mean, they've scrapped other things before. But no, they're not going to indeed do it on such short notice. But maybe they can be convinced to keep it tamer, and then also, yeah, escalation tamer as well. Like, because it's obvious that, yeah, they're creeping because of escalation, but then just don't have escalation need that creeping. No. Thank you guys for taking. Yeah, I'm curious to see as well for escalation what the final values are kind of for the last tier. They should have just shown the last tier there as well. But it seemed like 30% per level if it is linear. It's gonna be basically 5x. Or 6x, 500%. Or, oh no, 4x, 300%. At least on the armor and health. Just weapons be enough. Well, no, because you're getting so much more stats and also talents extra. I think the guns don't get extra talents. Like, actually, this would be a place where you would feed onto the gear for the extra talents as well, likely. It depends what its talents are as well, but the few they showed there already looked, you know, imagine having 5 of those, or 6 even. They add up. So knowing that we get the patch notes tomorrow, not today. That again. The thing is that's the wrong take. Did tipping skills not add anything? Did Coco not add anything? Did, you know, originally when Strikers was added, Heartbreaker, Eclipse, all of those things, you know. There are some gear sets that don't add much. Agreed. But no, going wide is, I feel, much more the promise of this game. It's not about having one really high build. It's much more about playing around with all the different builds. And, you know, every time a new exotic comes in, like Big Al has changed up how we kind of play with tipping scales. Sheriff has changed up how, you know, we play with shotgun builds, or what we can do with shotgun builds. Tempest has made a whole new style of build possible in like the pistol bulwark, like shooty builds instead of just headhunting. So, because most of the gear sets also don't do that. They're not like I just shoot more. They're just, you know, now you have to deal with this other mechanic, or this is this other mechanic. Because at the end of the day, like, the greatest strength of Division is also the shooting feels good. The reason I can't really get back into, like, any Diablos and stuff is just I'm not interested in the gameplay that they have, like, at all. Like, yeah, the build making, like, even, like, Path of Exile and stuff. The build making and stuff, sure, but, like, if I can have a good shooter to go with it, that is so much more preferred to me. And like Division made that, you know, an option.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Target down. Good job.
Because all of those need those extra kind of levels of, yeah, like, you know, yeah, homing bullets and stuff like that, because their gameplay isn't enticing. So you might as well just mess around with its mechanics to try to make something more interesting, right? But no, here we have a good shooter. Don't mess too much with the shooting parts.
System reactivated.
That's also not just a good shooter, but it's also Eclipse and stuff is very enjoyable to play. But that's the mage here, basically. Where are you? Oh, yes. Yeah.
Hostile control point identified.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Rogue music still playing. Just because we evaded those other rogues. At some point I just log out and log in just to get that. To go away.
You earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
The stack? What stacks? 7? So. Looking forward to just messing with the PTS, but yeah, definitely prototype gear is like
Hostile broadcast picked up.
one of those again of like, did you really think this through? But yeah, also it's well, now as well there is no real time to rebalance anything even on their end. So it's likely gonna hit as is, if nothing else, for the start, and then maybe a 0.1 will address some stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. I feel even, for instance, for those talents, they could have just rolled that into, for instance, expertise. Still wouldn't be a great way of doing it, but hey, add like expertise, and also like keep it on low. Hey, get expertise 10 on gear, and you get an extra, you know, it becomes prototype at that point. Like something like that would be I think, a much more elegant system and also much more attainable for people. Expertise 30 is not a short grind. It's very much isn't a short grind at all. Oh yeah, let's go to these bounties. That challenging one I have there as well. Oh yeah, look, I should see paragraphs there. Is it 12? Doesn't go to like 9? Doesn't go from 0 to 9? Basically 1 to 10. Or was it more than that? The same thing. Like, well, are we talking about because prototype doesn't change anything about like how gear sets and stuff work. It just gives you more stats. Like this is even less towards your point. New gear changes how we play certain ways. They're basically the classes of Division is new gear sets, especially. Like X0 changes how you can play with the thing, or well, Eclipse is maybe a better example. Eclipse really changes how you can play with status effect builds and stuff. All right, like this just is more, like it's not changing anything about how the gear sets work. For Jackal trades, I'd be interested. The one thing that just like jumps out is making a drone hybrid with capacitor. Capacitor also recouping from yellow cores, all of the gear yellow cores. Recouping from that and recouping from the gear sets. From the rest of it, I mean that's the only thing I think will work there decently well, because just more armor from the blue side, not very enticing. Although actually you would be super tanky as well with it, so that might be interesting if you're like up to the damage of like an OD or something, but then you have some extra tankiness and you have a strong turret and drone. I mean damage with turret and drone being kind of up to par with like OD or something. Because yeah, from it you would get tankiness, you would get the weapon damage recouping from the gear set and then also from capacitor. That seems like the obvious one. Abilities are there as well, yeah. Basically now then you're creating also the issue of eventually needing to redo the legendaries, redo open world and stuff. But for the time being as well, like more powerful gear is not what we need for all the other content. And really it's just but yeah, they've opened this can of worms, just like the 5 times XP and other dumb shit they've done. Once the cat's out of the bag, it's not going back in. Let me make sure I kind of catch up also on the YouTube side. Sorry. Miss anything here? I did a bunch. I think I want to talk about. I'm not sure. DLC pay to get this special gear? No. Gear and stuff like that will always be free. They're not that dumb to like make pay to win like that. Those will all be true in game play. And thanks for the kind words and the shilling, Wendy. Appreciate it. I mean, even Dying Light has RPG elements. So the main game. Yeah, this does have a high... At least it's not selling it. I don't think they would ever sell it.
Come back later. Maybe we can catch a show.
But yeah. I'm more surprised that they like even thought this would just be... Although I'm curious to see, like, I wonder if others agree. Outside the bubble, of course, because some people just go like, no, more damage is always just good. Like the amount of people underneath the... I had to delete a few of them because some of them were just... Well, 2 of them was just some racist shit tagged at the end of it. And like 1 of them was with like just insults, and then I replied to it and they went like off the hinges and to delete their comment. But I was just like, oh, you're elitist, and you know, what's wrong with more power? And then we have assault, and everybody kind of burns out in the game after 2 hours, and they don't see the correlation between those 2 things. Like, when the game is too easy, it is too easy, and then without a challenge. Like, the biggest reward is always going to be challenge, and then on top of that, some loot and some resources and stuff like that. Sure. But you actually need to be entertained at playing the game, not just going through the motions, which the game quite often has a tendency to feel like sometimes nowadays. Let's go and turn into issue 2. Does it want to be with escalation mindset? Sorry, what? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean just... Well, scaling is just an easy way of doing it, like health and armor scaling and their damage is just easy ways of doing it. On top of that, they have also the modifiers. Like, those modifiers, at least...
Good work.
The thing is, annoyingly, they looked a little bit like... You need to have modifiers that are like 1 sentence, honestly, for that game mode. Like, this enemy regens or something unless you do this. Like, this thing, and this is how you disable it. Because I had like stuff where enemy would build up damage and you could like do stuff. Again, I already forgot what the text on it was, but because also a lot of people that are interested in those kind of damages, they don't want those modifiers. Like, those modifiers shouldn't be part of that. But scaling up is, because of the way that we kind of do damage and stuff, will inherently change how the game plays, because if you can't spawn camp them, now you need to deal with the mechanics. Inherently is a good way to kind of do some of the balancing. Change it. Yeah. Nah. I mean, while I'm still playing, I'll buy it all. Because that's still, of course, the thing. Where else would we go? Even with prototype and stuff. Because there's also good stuff in there. I'm definitely excited for like retaliation. Some of those blueprints being in there, actually, I'm not against. I already have those items, so for me, they're not per se interesting, but I can totally, you know, I'm not going to go down the gut mine fuck you kind of route. And those items have been on the raids and stuff. It's not like the raids have been out for 3 weeks and now they're putting them in the general pool. The raids have been out for forever. The incursion has been out for forever. And then what they'll eventually do is, for instance, with the incursion, likely they'll keep it to there for like the new incursion. They'll likely keep whatever item is to there and then eventually bring it to that system. Because items are at least interesting to play with as well. At some point, that's just part of the progression system. Rouge momentum.
Hostile
Yeah.
broadcast detected.
Yeah. Well, hey there, Maddie. Or hey there, Maddie. You're gonna mess with Momento, will mess with your name. Seems fair.
System curtailed. System reactivated.
That would be too extensive. Like one knee pad to get you all of them. I could be all in favor for, yeah, just like ARs, like you do one of them and all of that version.
That's the target agent.
Or, you know, you do the striker and all of the strikers of that you have. Because otherwise, yeah, it will be just too easy. Like that's literally changing it to being the slot being created, basically. Momentum indeed. Oh, there's a devstream. Likely on Reddit already. You know what? Let's actually go there for a sec. Haven't been here for a while. No recap yet. No recap yet. Usually it's up by like an hour after, which it is now. No, actually, yeah, so somebody's doing kind of a recap here. In this thread, the year 8 season 1 thing. Now by percentage of your maximum armor. Yeah, because yeah, stuff like this is kind of like it's random if they're badly damaged. Yeah, because the people that are interested in the more like harder content, they're actually not going to be interested in this kind of stuff. Like most people that are already doing that aren't interested in the modifiers on the seasonal modifiers. Yeah, also just 7.5 on each piece of gear extra. Yeah, because for instance, this is the talent that I said, 1.5% chance to refill the magazine by two for each bullet spent. I thought this was per 2 bullet spent. Okay, no, this is much more tame than I thought it was. That was refills the magazine. But no, it refills 2 bullets. That's at least more tame. But those base stats are already way higher. Let me catch up here for a sec. Visualizing, it's level 40, yeah. I'm keeping them there because I want to record some stuff. We might actually do that later on this evening. I might record some stuff there. But yeah, that account has now a character at level 40. I'm gonna boost it as well, of course. And I might actually boost the other slots. Just to get them filled up. And, you know, do SHG requisitions projects. But it's level 40 now and like level 10 or something. Something good. Stream roll. Yeah. But also, yeah, that would be because this one is also the escalation part of it is also it's like you need tokens to charge it up, and then you also basically are betting those tokens by the look of things. And then if you win, you get more back. If you lose, I'm guessing you lose those tokens. It kind of depends where we get those tokens from. 40 passive, yeah. But that doesn't matter. Like it'll just be different ways of doing the same shit. Basically, we'll find like 4 or 5 paths through it. From the way that they were reading the passives and stuff, it wasn't like too yeah. Because yeah, what are some examples here? Oh yeah, so yeah, but what is active? So activate to reduce your active skill cooldown by percentage. Okay. Oh, that's okay. Activate to release AMP pulse. Yeah, that's the one that we're showing. Activate to repair armor for yourself and allies inside of a 10-meter radius. Okay. So some healing and some CC and some skill cooldown, but no active towards damage. So we're just getting effectively... Oh wait, this isn't even damage. This is 1% weapon handling. It's not even weapon damage. The other one is skill damage. I assume that bomb being skill damage. But this one would be... Oh, okay. Oh, that actually makes it a little bit more interesting. But then also the modifier is really weak. In comparison to, you know, everything we've had so far. This would be kind of the weakest one yet. Although we have this heal, which is kind of cool. And a CC through an active. None of this show the cooldowns there. So it depends on the cooldown, because if this blackout pulse thing is like every minute, that's actually pretty strong. But not if it's like every 3 minutes. I will be actually really strong if it's like every 20 seconds. Oh, yeah. Vote them up for their work. Oh wait, what are these other ones? So to apply random status effect. So 1 in 200. Yeah, so the expertise study is a requirement, yeah. Reroll randomly, but the option to give if you don't like Newman, augments only for high-ends, name and gear pieces, non-exotics. Prototype gear drops from escalation missions, yeah, so with higher drop chances at higher tiers. New quality of life features that you compare any piece of gear. Oh yeah, so yeah. But just this, like having, you know, because 7.5, so 15, 45 across all pieces, another 45 weapon damage plus. So actually, yeah, these augments are a little less than I thought they were actually. Although I think I saw another one that was kind of that was damage related. But just already 45 weapon damage and then also all of the stats being more. Also, because of the crit chances changing, that means when we actually augment the gear, you now have different layout because of the crit chance being different. Which also, not a fan. Yeah. Well, the modifier is likely not a strong part of this season. Seems kind of tame, actually. Although, honestly, I'm not against just giving weapon handling instead of weapon damage. Comfort from it. Tokens, indeed. Anybody guys some of those augments? Okay, just from farming. Yeah, I know. I mean, like even more places, hopefully. Because it would be nice if that becomes a reward from like, you know, weeklies and dailies and stuff like that as well. So you don't just have to grind the mission on 0 over and over again to try it at the higher tiers. But we'll see what it's all tied to. Because yeah, I'm gonna guess crafting not likely because that pool is very tainted. I don't think they would do stuff like that in a PVE mode like this. But likely you do lose your whatever you paid for the tokens. That's what it seemed to be intended. Yeah, I think you found it already. It's just on the announcement yesterday. They haven't done a normal one yet. Chances only for markers. For type of piece. Chance can be, but that should be some. Nothing's guaranteed. Oh wait, you can't just optimize them then? Oh yeah, sorry, Resin, the links will not work. I can't. in general, links are. Well, actually, I can link myself to this. But yeah, this is. But it's one of the. It's one of the comments underneath it. It's not the. They'll likely have a recap thing they always do. Yeah. Basically, this is really hard. I mean, the stuff already hits incredibly hard in places. And of course, yeah, one, like, unless they disable some way health gates with a modifier or something like that, yeah, nah. Yeah, it does look interesting, the global modifier. Nothing else, I'm on board for it not being damage related instead of skill damage. Giving a buff to basically some of the skill builds a little bit, but weapon builds not getting creeped up. I'm actually on board for that. I feel though it should be skill efficiency and then maybe 30% skill efficiency. That would be much more useful all around. Because now as well, it's just being skill damage. It still doesn't, you know. And then also the blue should maybe be a few percent regen. Instead of just more armor. Although more armor can be traded in for for more regen as well, but I'll play and upgrade everything there. I don't care too much about that. but because eventually everything will there. But that's also then going to be the thing, yeah, with the build collection. Like everything on there is eventually going to be I'm just going to classify. Everything on there is just going to be classified eventually, and what use is that to new players? Yeah. Also that, yeah, it's kind of a nerf to Coco, to some of the other stuff. It's a buff to stuff that's skill. It's also a buff to Headhunter, which I'm not sure Headhunter needs it. The retaliation change is definitely going nice. Yeah. I mean, everything that's an upgrade would have been nice to have it always, but that's just not how reality works, of course. Yeah. There's that, yeah. Still viable. That's, I mean, yeah, Eclipse. Fire Eclipse is one of the go-tos for heroic. Foam Eclipse for legendary and stuff is very much the go-to legendary masters. So, but our Fire Eclipse has always been good and will continue to be pretty good. Also, this is what does this do to skill tiers at all? The classified system. Because skill tiers don't have a stat. If you get 1.5 skill tier, let's not give them ideas. As well, the new season? No, it'll be on the 2nd of April. No, it's there, in there. Oh, dropping low chance of block task. Yeah, at this point, yeah, I'm on board with them having those items out there. It's bin time, right? Like, they've been exclusive to that for enough time, even though they went to DZ, but they were basically still the raid items. You didn't go to the DZ for them. The one thing I'm not looking forward to, if it is a really low drop chance, because there is also the other side of people that just want to have all the blueprints. Yeah. If it's like a really, like if it's really a low drop chance, that would suck as well, just for that. Your overcharge more than, well, the thing is, overcharge is already like, unless you have something that overcharges you, or you have a talent or future perfect or something. Here again. Yeah. I think more interesting here. So that's Escalation, that's thingy. Yeah, the brand. That backpack, Perfect Composure at 20% is actually interesting for like pairing with. Although the thing is, this is still them basically 15. You're losing here a brand bonus to weapon handling. This weapon handling is too low though. Why isn't it just 10 or 8 maybe even? Like, why is it 5? It just seems low. Like, no. But yeah, Perfect Composure would just make up for the loss of the brand. Perfect Gunslinger, nobody uses Gunslinger now anyway. It's not like that's going to change. Yeah, the gear set is actually pretty interesting. I'm curious to see how this will land, yeah. How this will land with capacitor and like a Turtron hybrid setup. 40% of the other 2 cores bonuses. Skill tier counts as 50%. Oh, when they get bonuses more. And on a gear piece, receive 40% of the other 2 cores bonuses. Skill tier count as 50. So even with just that backpack on it, you would already have 30% skill efficiency as well on top. You would have your normal skill tiers there, and then you would have with 6 skill tiers, because it would still keep that one red, like me. Even though both of these would recoup into wait, what is 40%? What is 40% of 15? Okay. 6. Oh yeah. 3s. It's 5 3s. 6%. So 6% from each yellow core. So you would have a total of 6 times 6, 36. You would have 45 from capacitor, and then you would have a 6 tier. So yeah, for Turtron hybrid, although actually Coco gets you so much more. Yeah, Coco gets you so much more weapon damage. For like the Coco Turtron hybrid. But also you could build it red, and you would get 70 times 0.4 is 68k times 6. Actually more even, because well, let's say 6. You would get, so even for a red build, you would get like 400k extra armor, but you're not getting like talent-wise anything towards the damage much, because you're using the backpack, you're getting 2 cores there, so you would get 12 weapon damage extra if you're doing it as a red. Well, what does the chest on the backpack do actually? Yeah. Wait, did they not show what the chest on the backpack? Oh, no, here. No, that's the name chest on the backpack. What does the gear set chest on the backpack do? They didn't show it at all, did they? Because actually, if this gets increased in some way, like by a lot, by the chest and backpack, then maybe. Let me catch up here again. It's about all 3 cores. Fits with the thing here. It isn't as big of a deal. Cores are a lot, but it also depends on what the backpack talent is. Because if the backpack talent is horrendously bad, then we still might not take it. Also, it might just not have a talent and might just be that, because it's not listing it here. I don't think they showed it, the chest or backpack talent, right? Oh, that's what oh, they didn't show you. I don't think they did indeed, because otherwise as well, they would have got it here. So if it doesn't have anything else, that's actually not great, because that's not, you know, ninja bike. That's not worth that backpack talent, right? Especially when we already have things like Memento and Ninja Bike and Harrier that also have the same, but so it must have a talent, some form of talent, but depends on the talent as well. But it fits with the thing. It's interesting. The interesting question here is like, what happens, especially although we only really have Brazos. But yeah, then Brazos equalizer. Like, depending on what the chest talent is, just like Ninja Bike, 3 pieces of this, equalizer, and like Brazos for its tier, and then the other tier. And also, will it count the Picaro's weapon damage as a tier? Because you would think it wouldn't, but because it's core. And that's a minor attribute, technically. What would be interesting to mess around with? Yeah, so. And then, yeah, the investor mask. The bonus variation. core attribute in this item depending on their color. Wait, you can get, if you get all red, you get 30 crit damage. That's not a lot from a talent. Feature any core attributes. Third random attribute instead of having gear. Third random attribute. Oh wait, actually didn't even realize that. Headshot, health, or skill repair attributes. Okay. So, but then, wow, re-rolling this is going to be hell. So you have 4 stats, a core and 3 stats that you need to line correctly. But then if you get like, wait, can you even? Because can you have multiple of the same stats, or that limitation is still there? Because if you can't have crit chance, crit damage with like the mod slot, because if you then have crit chance, crit damage, weapon handling, and a red core, and then 40 crit damage, you're already losing 12 crit damage, so it's 28 crit damage as like from a red's perspective. The thing is though, wait, no, oh yeah, okay, 4% armor regen. What? That can't be right. This needs to not be 1%. Like even 2% armor regen from this would be already a lot. Like this should be 1/3%. That like at 4 blues you have game like me right there. Non-core. Oh, also it's non-core attributes. Okay, so you can get 3% armor regen. That's still a lot. But then yeah, it should be 0.5. Like this is silly. One item giving you 3% regen. Because then as well, yeah, 30 crit damage. Like from a red's perspective, this is not great. A regen though, yeah, 3% regen from one item for a few stat loss.
Safe area detected.
Yeah. Wait, was I was in the middle of that bounty, wasn't I? Totally forgot about it. We'll go back to it in a sec. Let's leave it there so I remember what I was doing. Increase the increase the 200. Was that one of the chests or bypass or something? I mean, yeah, it'll be that also. Like, this is going to be hell by itself. Trying to hit 4 stats without recalibration. We're just asking for super unicorns. Outright, like the fuck. And each of them costs an exotic component. Each reroll. No, thank you. But yeah, that's if this stays. This can't stay 1% armor regen. Now yeah, whiplash, revolver, faster than a was this spelling mistake actually in there, or is it theirs? Reloading, reloading, but reloading. And at 20% rate of fire and 50% weapon damage, these are just like what? Until its magazine is emptied. I would like you to introduce to you like the weapon you introduced. Although you can't have that with this, but this just made the GR9 the meta. Thing is, it's taking up a pistol slot, but that's actually more frustrating because you would really want to run this, because this is one of, as long as you're running a high-end weapon, why wouldn't you you use this. But also, yeah, it reloads our primary, so you just empty the gun, swap to this, and go back. And that actually, for a lot of guns, is going to be faster than reloading them. The thing is, though, you can't use it with exotics, of course, this being an exotic itself. Because, yeah, this would be, like, way too much as well with Bestie or something. But even INs... also depends on the reload is not going to be reload in that way, right? An actual reload. But yeah, GR9 just became like a really strong weapon, or all LMGs in general, like even MG5 and stuff. Actually, M249s. Who like. Your talents are around like fucking thingy, like killer is like 16, 17, 20% maybe itself in increase. 20% rate of fire for a lot of builds is just 20% more damage. 50% weapon damage is like, you know, 18, 19% damage extra. So you have basically 40% damage increase here. Well, let's say 35. Let's say 30. Right? And this is on top of everything else on the build already there, because you can just swap to this and then swap back. I literally would just I'm gonna just rebind my R key to 3, so it swaps to the pistol instead, and then I go like, oh, I'm on the wrong weapon, and swap back. So, I mean, any LMG you're basically using, and yeah, especially OD, for instance. Thing is, this is just way too much. Like this is more than the prime talent on the weapon itself. Why is it kind of like holster talent doing more than? Especially when you can have this on top of everything else, right? Like this is going to be always on top of. It's even just 10% rate of fire. That's already a lot. Without this on top, because you can just trigger it willy-nilly. This is also the go-to MMR and rifle pistol now, because you swap to it, you swap back. The rate of fire you don't care about, but 50 weapon damage is gonna let you drop an elite. And it does even fitting mods. Agitator, perturb. Oh, well, this weapon is holster, generates 50% less ammo, shooting. Keep this weapon holster within single primates. 25% faster. You generate 10% more tread while shooting for 15 seconds. Removes the bonuses. Doesn't needing to be a secondary. Although it's a very strong secondary, is the thing. Just crit chance, yeah, 10 crit chance and plus 30 mag. Show a third mod. Okay, then it's even missing a mod there. Because at 25% rate of fire as well is, depending on the base stats of this, but this is likely of the F2000 base stat. It was F2000. It was actually looking like the original design of the F2000. That's what it looked like, which is kind of cool. But 25% rate of fire is already like a lot. 30% weapon damage on top is. The threat generation is not an issue. You are gonna, if you're doing this much damage anyway, you're generating the most threat out of everyone, but then you just have to swap to it intermittently. And also, so after swapping to it, it's for 15 seconds, so it's for multiple mags. We'll have to try out. Permanence removes bonuses, yeah, so yeah, that's for multiple mags. So this is basically just an ult on your back that you pull out and just destroy everything with. But also you just need to hold cert for 10 seconds. So you just hold cert before the fight and you end the fight in 15 seconds. Over the pistol. That's for the other weapon. So you swap to it and it triggers it as a hold cert ability. At least that's how I read it. Oh, no, wait, actually, oh, yeah, no. I read it as a holster talent. Oh, okay. Then it's fine. Depends on the mag size of this. Okay, you know what? I got that one wrong. Mea culpa. Bronze, yes, Valorant swapping to this weapon. I read this as swapping from this weapon. But even just reloading your primary and secondary. So you reload, so you swap to this, it reloads your primary and secondary. You get these bonuses here, and then you go back to that one. So it's just basically the going to all cert and back will still be decent. But yeah, these bonuses are for here. Sorry. That's until its magazine is empty, yeah. I kind of got confused by this bonus also. So it reloads your primary and secondary weapon and grants this is not part of this. It is until its magazine is empty. It's likely to here. Or is it? So reloading or swapping from this weapon before its magazine is empty will remove its stats bonuses. Okay, so that bonus part. So yeah, this is just for this. Sorry, got that one right. Yeah, it's not well worth it, or well worded, but I should have, like, especially this sentence, I got focused on that, and because here, yeah, reloading or swapping from this weapon before its magazine is emptied will remove its stats bonuses. This being a reference to its magazine being emptied, I should have put two and two together. So. Interesting, yeah. The numbers don't. Numbers going up or down, as long as like the core things don't change, it's just inputting different numbers into the spreadsheet. It'll be interesting to go through and kind of look at like if they keep it the way it is now with prototypes, classifieds. Like just refiguring out what gear set lands where. Because also this is kind of unintentionally a buff to things like Striker and things like OD, and kind of a little bit of a nerf to, for instance, things like Tipping Scale and things like, well, Coco the most, but Tipping Scale as well. Because we're getting more crit chances and crit damages and like weapon damages and stuff. Anything that is a separate multiplier, like OD, like Striker, you know, all of those kind of stuff, Heartbreaker, they're just growing bigger, right? But these are now they are also growing bigger, but they're getting a little bit of diminishing returns on those. So it's kind of a buff to some of the like stronger sets already out there. And that's before thinking about like Eclipse now being even much more powerful at doing its CC part and having more skill haste and stuff like that. Not a big fan of just creep. This one feels a lot creep for the sake of creep. Because they're adding a thing that is more difficult. But that's the one thing that is more difficult. We still have the rest of the game. You're basically devaluing the rest of the game. Just because you wanted to, you know, have this new mode, but then you went like, oh, we need rewards for it, and then also we need new power level for it. Which, not a fan. Well, calculators is the exact same. They just take whatever goes in there. Yeah, the whole build collection would need to be touched, but also the thing becomes then, it's like, do we keep like a non-classified section and a classified, or a prototype section, a non-prototype section? Because the prototype gear is not going to be interesting to anybody actually starting out, right? Like, that is, at least they're not rebalancing stuff, so we can keep the old stuff and then just put the classified stuff next to it. But yeah, we think they would have learned a lesson from classified. This is basically classified, right? This is, at least there was an upgrade path and system to it instead of just, hey, because classified was very much regrind all your gear. Right, like there was no path to like, hey, there was no crossing the, what's it called? Crossing the Rubicon. You couldn't. Actually, that's what this is, right? This isn't prototypes. This is Primaris Striker and Primaris Coco. Just, hey, we need bigger, better, and badder. They only hit one, I feel, which is better. And that was the process, right? Crossing the Rubicon. Like, where they take normal Space Marines and make them Primaris. It's good for PvE. I mean, yeah, it would be way too good. At 3% regen, it would be way too good for PvE. But also even PvE. For some parts, like... Version, so no need to switch. Yeah, no, so actually in the end, that bonus is only to that weapon, so... They're not doing a wholesale count. Because that was actually what I was kind of afraid of first reading it there. I thought it was a wholesale count, basically, which... Like, finisher is fine and stuff. But yeah, this thing... But then this thing still will be interesting for pistol headhunters. Because they're just swapping to it 50 weapon damage. That's a lot as well. Well, with the new class weapons, I mean, what about all of the builds? Negotiator will also basically, it'll have an easier time reaching 60 crit. It can go to, actually, what do you even stick there? Is the question. You could stick a few more headshots because you would have more crit chance.
Safe area entered.
Yeah, with the whiplash, I see Ray saying it as well there. With the whiplash, the model they said wasn't the final model, which is common for PTSs and stuff, not to have some of the final models. Sheriff was just a Super 90 in last season's one. Likely indicating as well that that pistol... Did they show it? Oh yeah, the mask. So likely that pistol will be the climax or item. We can kind of assume from it not having its final model a week or two, well, a week and a half. Yeah, a week and a half before the next season hits, it not having its final model. It's going to be the climax. I don't know if they outright said that, but... Revert to a revolver... Well, you can still fire faster. But yeah, to an item that isn't full auto, rate of fire is a little less useful. Thing is, though, it is a straight up 20%. So once you get used to how much quicker you need to click for it, because it is a very attainable click rate. Did it show? Does it have its rate of fire here? They likely showed it there, but I'm gonna guess it's gonna have just like thingy rate of fire, which If you're using it in headhunter mode, not maybe that much, but also 20% and 50% weapon damage could even be like instead of the Tempest. But the thing is with the Tempest, it's so nice and easy just to hold down the button. Like one of the main reasons I enjoy Tempest tech tanks and stuff is it is full auto. I used to run them with other high-end pistols and stuff, but Tempest really rejuvenated those. Gotta put that. Yeah, to me, like even grinding them up and stuff isn't to me really the issue. Although I feel that it should be at like expertise 10 that you can upgrade to this. It's 45 weapon damage and like across a build, maybe, you know, another well, 3 crit chances per slot, right? And like a bunch of crit damages per slot and stuff. You're yeah, because they're basically power creeping everything else. I feel honestly the extra talents should be enough, and just don't even touch the stats. Why would you even? That way as well, people don't need to have 2 variants of things. Like, you know, with a lot of stuff now, if you're also inspecting someone else and such, okay, they have just way higher stats than you. Because now there's a whole new tier of statting. Honestly, if I was them, like, even if you want to do this, give different benefits. But keep the stat blocks the same, just so you have overlap with the normal builds. A normal layout is the same as a prototype layout. Trade items useful a little bit. You can make some, you know, you notice that they make a difference, but it's not practical. Because, for instance, running an Imminence armaments, like I've ran it sometimes. We did actually even on like the PTS of Urban, or Imminence armaments, which is actually 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons. Running, basically, I was running that pistol tech tank, the high-end one, which has 3-piece Imminence armaments. Other people were running actually the cloak, the knee pad. And you could very much notice that, yeah, everything was kind of going for me. But then also we could just go so much faster with the strikers not giving up a brand bonus and a stat, and having a foam eclipse instead of that build. Like, that still was, you know. It does work, but it's just not practical. We have better tools here. Yeah. Just also puts it so far out of reach for a lot of people for a lot of time. They were talking about expertise, but did they say something concrete? Because, yeah, they were talking about, like, they said something about, like, making expertise easier to go through, but... Even just put it on 10 expertise, and then you can like take it to, because those 2 states are not linked. To me, I feel like, why? The only thing is that it increases the cost, because if they also don't do anything about the cost, like on gear as well, you need expertise 30. Like, who has like, it's 500 something, right? Exotics currently to get gear to expertise 30, a full. So then you would just try to farm it more than, because fuck trying to get. But again, this is just like building tall. Like, why are we building tall in a game that's all about building wide? Stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, just having it, or yeah, that would also be a much more interesting system, just having it be tied to something you can cross over between items. Because yeah, now as well, one of the biggest issues I have with it is just like everybody's gonna do their striker setup first, right? Like what else are you gonna do first? And why would I run anything except that, right? Like for the first bit, it's gonna take a while to get multiple builds going with this. And you're just making it a higher floor that you need to reach before, like, you can go into. Yes, it's just all bad ideas. And either Rob. Where's the first one? Yeah, thanks for covering. Just bad. I know a little bit of the 40k lore, but yeah, enough to get myself into trouble and be branded a heretic. Oh, what was the new game mode? What else? Oh, Realism. Yeah, it is still available for a week and a bit. It'll be, well, available till actually more than a week and a bit. 2 weeks. Wait, this 1 week. 2nd of April. 2 weeks. Realism is still available till then. Move the skills from expertise. What do you mean? Just actual skill, like turret and drone and stuff like that? No. Yeah. 10 rage rate, yeah. Indeed. I mean, I enjoy the grind of it as well and stuff, but there is a difference between needing that grind and like that grind being something that you just work up instead of like, oh, go through this grind. Otherwise, you have basically really bad chances of really being effective in escalation, right? Because you're just not able to effectively get there to the same degree that somebody that already is at expertise 30. Kind of depends also on the cost and everything and such, but it's just as a system, I'm just against the system as a whole there. It's just, why are we power creeping even more? And then also then going like, oh, it's because of this new game mode. Okay, but what about you have a whole other game? Like, is Escalation not the only thing worth playing? Because everything else is going to be even more power crept. That's not the solution. AR pretty good. Yeah, what do we have still here? Oh yeah, perfect back and forth. So wait, that was for 10 seconds. Just swapping. One of the bonus groups will remove the other if it's still active. See one of the bonus groups. Oh yeah, this has a holstered part of it. Two instances of this talent will not function at the same time. Okay, because also, yeah, this talent will not work with Tinkerer, which would be, you know, because this is swapping talent. But yeah, so this is actually a really strong talent for just general use. And then you pair this with measured and just jump between the two. And then also measured gains from that. But this at least is tame, right? Like 5% rate of fire, 4.5% weapon damage. That's still a decent bump, but that's tame. That's okay. And then you need to weapon swap and stuff. That costs you time. You can kind of see it on build. Because a 12 weapon damage is real. Like I don't even like make this just 15 rate of fire. Although yeah, if for like it is a talent for every gun type, right? Yeah, it's actually an interesting talent, but I don't think just swapping and stuff. But this would be a good side to like measured, for instance, side piece to measured. Just swap to this and then back. 10 seconds is also a long time. Also, yeah, you could kind of use it together with that. Because actually, this is just holstered for 5 seconds. Oh no, wait, 10 seconds. Holstered for 10 seconds will prime. So I would need to overrun this buff. But even then, yeah. That's actually an interesting talent. Looking forward to messing around with it. And I think it has enough. What is the perfect interchange? Aug. Okay. It's weird to have 2 Augs with rate of fire bonuses. Wait, how much is Invisible Hand? Do I have on my stash? Don't think so. Don't remember off the top of my head. They've changed it. Well, they almost changed it twice. Because there was also a PTS where it was more than that. Oh, and thank you so much, Rob, for the donation. And yeah, always much appreciated. And yeah, eventually I'll definitely also have a in-depth look into the PTS. And of course, when the PTS starts, we'll jump into it there. We'll have a big, a lot to cover there. We'll have a big video. So next week, there's 2 surges, yeah. One for some of the resources, and then because there's a proficiency or expertise. There's expertise surge, which doubles the optimization surge. Was in optimization surge does some of the resources, and then expertise surge does others. But yeah, two surges coming up. Let me catch up here. Missed the bench, I think. So, what happened? Okay, wait, what? To like decipher what happened there. Sure, yeah, that's not the answer, I would say. So it's good for overall. It's good, yeah. I mean, the burden is already like way higher than that most people will even reach. And everything handed on a silver. That's not true, Fox. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, no. Hell no, even. Unless they like really reduce the rate at what like expertise takes in time and stuff. No. they took away as well mules. Like older players, if you had the time back in the day to like run mules and stuff, you had such an easier time. Older players were getting it handed on a silver platter. Don't have that sentiment. Like actually now I'm like I thought you were joking earlier and rage baiting, but no, apparently you have this sentiment. No. Just no. When there was a time when watch alts existed and stuff like that, like you can't say that it's easier now than it was back then. And that's also the trend of games always. Like it's always going to be, you know, first they'll put out some stuff and then later on they'll make it easier to get those stuffs. And there's a good reason for that. And then also everybody that had them already has gotten to use them for years already. And likely still with the drop rates, depending on what the drop rates become, for instance, for the raid items, like even then, like for a lot of newer players, it will likely still be easier to do the raids, depending on how hard the elite kill squad thing is. But yeah, no. Players nowadays aren't getting it handed on a silver platter. Like just, or silver. Also, that thing is a silver platter, not a silver plate. That's a pet peeve there as well. Because even as much as I'm against, for instance, 3 times and 5 times, they're much more like, my issue isn't with people catching up, but my issue is much more with how much they promote burning out. From this new gear, I mean, everything will likely be target farmable. Oh, do you mean the prototype? The prototype is tied to upgrading it and getting it from Escalation. But yeah, that's just normal brand set, gear set, weapons, and stuff will be all target lootable. The exotics will likely follow the same trend of recently, where they'll go into the reward track. Don't know if yeah. Oh, I'm gonna guess the way that the prototype gear will work, it won't be from targeted. That would be silly. At least let's hope. I would hope it would just give a reward system or something. Like give it as a reward for completing the mission or something like that, as chances or something. Because if you make it targeted loot, yeah, you're generating. Although, honestly, maybe that is you're creating moments where like high grind happens. But we'll see. Also, we'll see how rare it is, and also how expensive it is. Escalation is not a part of system. What do you mean system? And especially that as well. Like that classified needs to go. Like the National Bond Armory like needs to not give XP like ages ago. At least then you're kind of incentivized to the other stuff. Yeah, I was likely going to have still target loot at least tied to it, right? But I'm hoping that the prototype gear isn't through the target loot system. Wait, they cannot be optimized? Wait. Yeah, no, so it is in, so escalation mission exists, you toggle escalation there, will it have targeted loot on it, and can that system provide these items? So within the escalation system, not outside of it, right? Like that's what I'm getting at. Because if that is the case, that's kind of annoying, because then you have to wait for targeted to land on the missions, and you're adding like annoyance there. So I'm hoping it comes through just a reward system or something. If they can't be optimal. So we're adding back in, this is my build, I got lucky, you can't get this. Even on top of everything else. So yeah, Warframe, you say? Actually, that's even worse. You know what? Turns out I do like titties. Let's go play some First Ascent. So friendly. I mean, that'll then be like in future upgrade system, but yeah, that would suck if they intended that. One of the greatest things about Division is getting to hit the same stats as everybody else by getting enough resources and optimizing it, not by farming gear over and over again. Let's say we're going to use a set of escalation content. I mean, from what they're talking about is just it's available and then not in raid and incursion. That's what I caught from it. And either Philologica and either one nation. So just more expensive. But then the drops won't be, so the drops are basically useless. You would want the max stats, so you're going to just go through the upgrade path, and however expensive that is. It feels like classified to window. Yeah, very much. We've been talking about it here. I'm not a big fan. Wait, let's actually finish the. So that was it, right? That was a talent. Yeah. Anything else? I don't think a system like that really belongs in Division or will work out to be actually a good inclusion. I'm fervently against it. Especially adding power creep just for a mode, basically. Let's see. Oh, we'll see Friday. Oh, actually, well, you'll see tomorrow, yeah. Reload this tomorrow. Yeah, not likely. I'll definitely have a video on it. I always do with BTS. Some other stuff in there, like I'm definitely looking forward to Escalation and stuff, and retaliation, extension, basically. There's a lot of good stuff in there, but yeah, to me, it's kind of like the yellow filter. To me, this classified these prototypes, these Primaris Marines. Not a fan. And it's kind of, you know, yellow filtering everything else out. But the gear set is interesting. The brand, not very, honestly. But that's fine. Perfect composure could be something to use here and there. It's actually perfect composure, maybe. Although, well, nah, PvP, you wouldn't give up Ninja Bike. So, it's under information. Unless god rolls are common, because yeah, if you don't have the same max stats like as everybody else, like one of the nice things about Division is like, yeah, we were talking about this earlier, like, you know, especially for instance on that Fort account, if I'm playing there, within a week I'll have this, right? I'll have like a max set thing, maybe not with god rolls, but I'll just optimize it up and get enough resources to, you know, max out these stats and stuff. So that you can hit the same, you know, for most people outside of like expertise, but even expertise now that this has a cap and you know it's doable. They're throwing exotic components at us here and there to reach 30 consistently. For a few builds, you can look at somebody else and go like, oh, we're hitting the exact same number because we have the exact same build, not because of like RNG or something, but because there is a path to upgrade gear and weapons to their max. And that's actually something I've always liked about Division, even though, of course, optimization in both games, you know, came in later, but it was always you know, eventually you'll reach that point kind of thing. No. Although, well, it isn't that much for one season. Let's keep in mind that it's basically an augmentation for a game mode we already have, which is the retaliation. It is a new game mode, and then just the rest is all expected. You know, a season with a season modifier, gear set, brand set, exotics, a new talent, named weapons for it,
System malfunctioning.
and named gear. And then yeah, escalation and prototype is just more than normal, basically. But yeah, prototype, of course, is because it's a small system, right? Like it's, but yeah, it's gonna have very big implications and changes with it.
That's the target agent.
Yeah, let's get some more weekly in here. That's why I'm doing some bounties here.
Reloading.
I'll cover you.
You got the target. Nice. That's your target.
My fancy gear, in fact, protected me. Also, it forces, like, you know, the prototype gear is so much better than the normal gear. Once you have one build upgraded, like, why would I play around with my tipping skills if my striker is upgraded, right? Until my tipping skills is also upgraded, but that's going to take a while. Yeah, looks like it, yeah. That seems like even worse way of doing it. Like, at least let everybody reach the same stats without, like, just wailing away at RNG. Well, the thing is, it's not farming everything again. It's an upgrade path is there. Most likely as well, we'll go, if with upgrade path, a maxed item is going to a maxed item, that's going to be really the only way to go for it. Unless, you know, god rolls are common. No, level 50, because that would be like everything resets, right? Like, but also actually in Division, I would hope Division 3 does not have levels at all. Like, it doesn't. It's an RPG thing. Same as like gear score. Gear score doesn't mean anything. It's just like a progression system, just to, hey, deal with this for a bit, and now you're at max gear score, right? Like with any of those systems, because max level is always going to be max level. But this isn't like Gear 2.0. Like, it isn't a complete change of all the systems and needs. But this is basically just some builds are going to 50. Then basically But your other builds, because keep in mind that for a lot of that stuff, it'll just be, you know, anything that isn't escalation isn't getting a rebalance pass. I mean, that's the first piece is 5% weapon handling. The 2 piece ammo. It's weird actually that the 3 piece is not like at least. I would just make that 36% crit damage. Honestly. And then you just get those other things along the way. We'll the Dutch city. I mean, you're swapping to it and charging it up and stuff. Thing is, though, regulars exist, harvests exist, and they're also already really powerful. It depends also what the base weapon is. Diceros is a lot lower on the base damage. To a degree that I'm not sure on most builds 50 weapon damage is actually going to make up for that. Versus a harvest with like a damage talent. Especially, for instance, flatline with Achilles spells. Stuff like that. So, yeah. That one's always annoying to get up of.
Target down. Good job. That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
The only thing I would be from a, like, just psychology kind of side of things, I'd be curious to see what most people's, like, first build would be that they upgrade, because that would tell a lot of the person. I'm going to guess for some it's going to be, like, hotshot, even. For most, I would think it would be strikers, like an obliterate strikers, likely would be the first that you take to expertise 30, because also, yeah, you have to take it to expertise 30, and then likely afterward that as well, some resources from that mode, likely on top. So, yeah, let's go to Tidal. I might actually split it into an afternoon and an evening. I was intending to maybe go long, but honestly, I need to go lie down for a bit.
Civilians in distress.
After all that yelling. Yeah, let's just go to 10.
We need to retrieve the antivirals before Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room.
Busy.
Rig explosives
yeah.
should get you inside the perimeter.
But the thing was, though, like, there's a reason as well in Div 2 they eventually removed it. Honestly, I would be perfectly fine if a Division 3 you just had, while going through the game, you would have the rarities, because you also have the rarities on top. And then you might even get some high-end items along the way that you would just keep into endgame. And the campaign is just going through the campaign, no levels, but just a progression system through it. And then once you've done the whole campaign, you go into endgame. And, like, there doesn't need to be a number attached to that from a levels perspective. Yeah, okay. Yeah. How much cheaper? No, they didn't really give specifics. At least I don't think so. But we'll likely see in PTS. Because definitely a price change there is like there needs to be. Like, they can't keep the same price system they have now. Hey. Yeah. They knocked me out. Is a pistol? Yep. Because for me, likely, yeah, the answer would be Thing is also, it depends what stats we're getting, or you know, because they showed the reds and stuff, but yeah, how much is status effect and skill haste and stuff going up as well. Could only see a striker first, and then an eclipse, and then tech tank. For me, most likely in that order. Because it's also one of those things, yeah. The way they're doing this power creep, it actually, yeah, is not a big buff, but it is a buff to, for instance, Striker versus Coco. And even Striker versus Tipping Skill. Because anything, and OD, for instance, is also getting a buff effectively in comparison to the others, because anything that is a separate multiplier and isn't feeding from the same stats that are increasing here is going to increase more. Whereas, you know, the weapon damage is going up on the build itself, and percentually Coco is giving less increases. At least, you know, the thing they didn't do is change the gear sets themselves and actually make classifieds. Of just adding to the stats on the gear sets or something, if you have. Because when they kind of first set it and they showed it with the gear set, I was like,
Friendly units inbound. I found one.
But there's also actually even like a little bit of nerf, yeah, for instance, high ends as well that are just building on stats and not on like other multipliers, other multipliers coming from a gear set or something.
Jammer outbound. Same old, same old.
But yeah, we'll see what happens. Wait, do you think I'm Spanish? Wait, it's not an uncommon one, honestly. But yeah, no. I can tell you firmly, mi no habla español. Except for that sentence and dos cervezas por favor. But that one's kind of useless to me because I don't drink beer, so ordering 2 beers, not an actual useful skill.
Wonder what that unlocks.
Turns out when you don't drink beer. But yeah, no, I'm I'm from Iran and I live in the Netherlands.
The containers are ready for pickup. What's the status on
But still gonna take a siesta.
Gonna be a few more minutes. We're working on it.
Shit, copy that.
Indeed.
Find a way to keep those helicopters grounded.
You know what I'll do? We'll create a weather machine and make it rain so heavily that these can't take off. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna file a complaint with the FAA that these choppers are not flight worthy and get them grounded. And I'll just blow them up.
Wyvern, the helo's out of commission.
How the
That's
fuck did
pouring
that happen?
down.
This situation needs to get locked down. Now. See to it personally.
Copy that.
Gotcha.
I'll fucking.
He'll fucking.
Sounds like you're gonna need all the help you can get. The support team is standing by, but you'll need to figure out a way to get them through the main gate.
Oh, those worker when they're players, yeah. It's also annoying that just like because yeah, Escalation definitely like looks interesting. It's kind of there's a similar system in the Chinese version that they're taking, let's say, inspiration from. I'm not too familiar with it, but I've seen parts of it where yeah, you can escalate. I don't think it's called that in their version. Similar outcome. But then just keep us at the old power level, like, giving us more damage, and then also like it just from a balancing perspective, it's going to be hell for their end.
We've been compromised. Reinforce the main gate sector.
But then also, yeah, they're basically power creeping everything else. This is when we go into the open world or such. Yeah, that doesn't have escalation. But yeah, that escalated quickly.
I'm on it. Oh, no good. Got a KIA here.
Drones in the air.
This is my home now. This is where I live. I'll likely finish off this mission and I'm gonna go take a break. We'll come back in the evening. Hopefully, although yeah, they did say patch notes tomorrow, right? Which is kind of weird. Don't do a live stream and not have the patch notes out right after.
I'm ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secure.
Oh. As soon as there is. Oh. Thought we were. Come here, Warhand.
You're dead.
Now locate those antivirals. As soon as you retrieve them, send up a flare to signal the support team. We'll stand by here and cover your ass.
Yeah, I'm using ambush for that.
System reactivated.
Oh, yeah, let me catch up here. Hey, the barrel.
Okay, listen up. Plan B. We'll transport the antivirals by hovercraft. I want these cylinders on separate vessels.
Most of it I'm on board for.
Except those cylinders. We
The
can't
prototypes, the classifieds. Oh, well, actually, I shouldn't say classified because we're also getting classified missions, but basically classified style gear. Just, you know, a new tier of gear. Even though we can upgrade into it. not a fan. Like, you have a decent balance now. You're messing with that. And then also you're completely breaking the balance for everything except escalation. Which is the inverse of, like, the stated intent of making things more challenging. No, you made one more thing, one new thing that is more challenging, and everything else is now more easy. Right? Like, I mean, the bandana is from was from one of the, it's the Amaru bandana. It's from one of the older resident, no, not resident. Actually, is it available currently still? The Rainbow Six. No, these were the paid ones. Yeah. There was an apparel event or an event tied to that, and season event, and it's from that. Might go on sale sometimes because they do sometimes sell some of those. I don't remember if this one was. Oh, that one must have been for free. I generally don't buy the event passes on this account, so this was likely a free item. So they might put it in a project or something again. Exactly. Yeah. No. Although on this account, it's, yeah, quite often just the similar outfits. This is my second account, so here I just have the free stuff. But that bandana definitely has been one of the pieces that I use a lot. That was Bloodsucker instead of a Memento or a Heartbreaker tech tank build. It's not going to do as much. Keep in mind that, especially on a tech tank, we're not just using, you know, it's not just the bonus armor, because that would be what you get from Bloodsucker. It's also damage. It's also skill efficiency that feeds into the shield and into the healing of the Artificer and stuff. On a style of a build, if you're doing similar things like the tech tank, like a Memento is just going to be way too good to not have.
I got one right over there.
But for, like, other styles of builds, I generally, if I have the choice between Memento and, like, Bloodsucker, I will go Memento. The one thing that Bloodsucker gets you is, like, other exotics, because you can have overdogs and have a lot more damage. For instance, this damage provides. This provides in damage. So it's stuff like that, but generally I think Bloodsucker is one of the better defensive talents, but I generally just don't go defensive talents outside of Memento.
System malfunctioning. System restored. System curtailed.
Some chakrans here. I forgot actually we have redlined. Kind of completely forgot actually. I'm like, I'm melting stuff, but I'm not even in ambush. Wait. Neither agent. Like with the drops. Oh yeah, it's not too hard though, especially if you kind of farm this week with the global events going on there, especially with technician and tactician and strikers being in this global event. I mean, this seems to be right. Oh, you mean that like works in there? That could be a solution. But then also, like, what's the worth of it, right? Like, you're feeding into one gameplay loop just for builds in that gameplay loop. And then also you have to set it up differently, because if the stats go down back to the normal ones, now you have to change your crit layout, right? If you go back to... Work with your healer build. Which healer build are we talking about? Generally, you wouldn't want, like, if you have already healing tools, if you have already, you know, if it's on a thing like a full healer or something, you have a healing cam and a healing hive. That's going to be much better, and then you're better off having like a Scorpio that can do some CC and prevent people getting hurt. Dr. Rome, actually, you can kind of just run on a red or something.
One of the cylinders. They're trying to intercept the other one.
Hold the bridge and protect.
Or like a defensive build. It is also based on the player holding its is the armor amount, but so you can kind of put it on some tanky builds. But also, you wouldn't generally run tanky builds, man. It's also for things like combat medics and such that like have less healing capabilities, and you would, but then you want the damage. You want the damage of a capacitor. That's just going to be kind of hard to beat.
Support fire. We've got hostiles on the
Thank you so much, Gerard, for subscribing on that end as well. I see now.
Copy that.
And yeah, very much appreciate the patronage and happy to have you along. And yeah, thank you so much for just all the donations and all the memberships and now subs as well. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm with you.
Murder these guys.
The shield,
Want to destroy some of these runs. Although, in this again, I'm not gonna get those challenges done. We'll get a few stars. That's all I'll go for with this again for this week. Just gonna eat that one. I'm also kind of looking forward to next season's modifier. So the modifier is kind of tame from a damage perspective, but it has a lot of just simple utility and stuff. And then also the hostile modifiers didn't seem too invasive. So, well, we like it seems like a one where we can, for instance, yeah, get a lot of weapon handling and stuff.
Copy that. Good work.
Why is this texture on this? Have I not noticed that they've completely changed the texture? But it's kind of, it's a little bit overdone, I feel. It's a little bit too damaged. Thank you so much as well, gifting us up as well. Being very kind there, Rev. And yeah, thank you so much. And I'm sure as well, Playman that got it there will be appreciating that. There's a lot of to get access in a new gear tier exactly. So it's tied to escalation. So the wording parts of it seem to be like it drops in escalation, and then you can upgrade expertise gear 30. I would need to rewatch that segment a little bit, but seem to have just need its own resources or something.
That helicopter took out the turbines. We're fucking stranded.
Wyvern, you need
But
exfil
yeah,
on
it's
foot right fucking now. We need those goddamn antivirals.
You want me to run away?
It's basically tied to escalation, especially.
This is an order, Wyvern. Wyvern, do you copy?
Get on board that hovercraft and secure the rest of the antivirals.
And thank you so much as well, Dak, for gifting us up there to Agent. Sure, they'll appreciate it too, indeed. And thanks for all you do. Let's make this guy slide. Slide for me, big boy. Slide. Worth it. I don't know why I like that much. But I do. I'll wait for the patch notes tomorrow to really start punching in some numbers. But we're gonna already kind of maybe this evening already do some filling in. Especially for the gears and stuff. Something here actually. Oh, and thank you so much, Agent, for also gifting a sub there as you're paying it forward. I see. And yeah, thank you so much. And also thank you so much there, Philologica, for subscribing. And yeah, as always, much appreciated. We'll have likely a lot of apparel to buy in the future, so at least we don't have any pay to win, so we don't have to worry about that yet. Hopefully, hopefully that part of the Chinese version doesn't come over ever, but they seem to be decently good at that so far.
Get those rocket launchers prepped.
Talk to me, Wyvern. What are you doing?
Definitely wasted on some apparel.
White House.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
We need to cripple these assholes, so that's what I'm gonna do.
And thank you so much, Jack.
Christ, she's
5 more
insane.
gifted there, I
Do
see.
whatever you can to prevent the launch of those
And
rockets.
Thank you for the kindness and also yeah, keeping the hype train moving there. I'm sure everybody that got one there will be very appreciative.
God damn it, Wyvern. Stand down.
Negative, sir. I refuse.
Rich tag indeed. Gift tag. Dog gifts? But yeah, let's go finish this mission. I'm gonna run that after this. I was considering maybe going for a long one, but also I definitely didn't sleep enough for that. I can take a rest and just we'll come back to it in the evening. In the evening though, I'm definitely wanting to jump into Div 1 a little bit.
Target locked.
With how major the changes and stuff are, I might actually leave Fort account. We'll kind of grab a little bit, but I might just leave them for in the new season, especially if they make changes to how proficiency especially works. I wouldn't mind. I would want most of my experience on that account to be with, you know, different, if it has different, how quickly you proficiency stuff or something.
If you don't stop those rockets from launching, a lot of
Shut
people are
up,
gonna
Manny.
die. And one of them is going to be
Just
me.
getting in position. All the hypes. I was kind of considering leaving these two alive to get their drones, but
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
let's actually grab ammo while we're here. Use a refill.
I'm gonna remember killing you. It's been a while since I could say that about anyone.
Said who? Who said that? Oh, this is not going to work out well for you.
Come to save the day, huh? But you're a real goddamn hero.
Okay.
Enough small talk.
No, let's have more small talk.
I could do this all day.
How's your day? How you doing, Wyvern? How's the kids? How's the dog?
Rocket launch backup power.
How about that weather? Don't you just hate it when thing does stuff?
Wyvern, come in.
Yeah. Now enough small talk. Killed her with small talk. She likes prototype gear, yeah.
We need to flank them.
Rocket launch backup power.
No, that's why she's trying to blow up the motherfucking White House. She really dislikes prototype gear, so stop that. Also, I now realize, like, I'm even just thinking about it in gear terms. I didn't even notice what the hell weapon stats go up by with prototype.
I see nothing.
Because weapons didn't seem to have, like, a special extra talent or something, right? Let's make sure we stand still for these four.
Taking heavy fire.
The antiviral cylinder.
It's actually kind of funny. In Div 1, we have a global event that is all about running around and building up charge and stuff. And then in Div 2, we have ambush of, like, sitting still.
Can't chance those cylinders getting destroyed.
Well, that's a bit of luck. Agent, you managed to secure the antivirals and shut down a key Black Tusk stronghold. Not to mention preventing a rocket attack on the base of operations. Incredible work,
Agent. Truly incredible. There's still more to grind. Oh, we did the journey part? I guess that was invaded stronghold. Oh, yeah, I didn't know. Oh, okay, I can claim that. Let's maybe claim that as well before we move on. I'm gonna look up what this is. Lincoln. We'll do a Lincoln someday. Someday, somewhere over the rainbow. The China version is still completely a different beast. I would not be playing the China version ever. Outside of, like, curiosity, but I wouldn't be, like, if this was the China version, yeah, I wouldn't be here. Yeah. You're already. Yeah, I kind of do know how I feel about it. I think it's a horrendous idea, but also I don't think they're gonna take it back. I don't think they're gonna put that cat back into the bag. That back into the cat. And yeah, it's... But hopefully we can convince them to maybe keep the power creep on both ends kind of in line. Just keep the power creep on those gear. Like, I'll make it just the core is like Although that at that point it's just extra expertise with it's expertise with extra steps. But like make the core maybe like plus 10% or something. That'll be 1.5. That's not that much. But you get like 5 weapon damage on the red core or something, and 5 skill efficiency on a skill tier or something, stuff like that. And then maybe those small talents. The numbers they're throwing around there is like a lot. But then yeah, they're kind of like they're trying to take the power on the enemy's end up as well, but then don't to that degree and make it so that current gear can just still, you know, that's just hard on current gear but not undoable, and then like those pieces help a little bit, but like what they're going for now is the antithesis of what I want out of this game.
Thanks for making a deal.
If nothing else as well, they're messing with the systems of like, hey, it's not too hard to get a build together and max it out, right? Like,
Finest selection in the district.
At least on its main stats. Like, yeah, expertise is a long grind, but it was only really needed for weapons. Now they're also making it basically needed for everything. But yeah. I feel it's just kind of like, who thought this was the way to do this kind of issue I would. Yeah, let's actually, in the background, I'm going to start looking for somebody for us to raid in a minute. Let's see if actually... Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if he's going to keep going for a while.
Couple of years even, you know.
I seem to be in something, so... yeah, we'll go raid GC. We haven't raided in a while, but they have kindly raided us a bunch. That's a good one, yeah. Yeah, an open world and everything else, like we currently do, and we want to keep doing. Now we have power creep there, so that's kind of fails its intended mission statement of like giving us an extra challenge. I get your end there, Rance. Although likely long gone. But yeah, I'm gonna go as well. IKEA has to go. He said he needs some sleep and some rest and just rethink his life choice. It's not that bad, but it's definitely another like power creep thing of just like, why are we doing this? Just not what it isn't so more challenging. Exactly. Like I would love for Escalation to like be balanced around the gear we have already, not need new gear to like be effective in there. That's it. That new gear isn't like, maybe it was just tied to that or something. Because also it just messes like it totally does not fit the idea of division, where it isn't about it isn't about, you know, it isn't about this one build, right? It isn't about just, I have this one build, I'm gonna max all of this out and then get it to prototype, and then, you know, it'll be even stronger and all of these and everything, new stats. No, to me, and I would hope commonly for a lot of people, division is about this. You have a shit ton of builds, and especially the way they're kind of talking about it and stuff, like, because once you have one build or two builds, maybe prototyped, right? Like, unless it's really cheap, but then there is no value to it, right? Now it's just, hey, it's just, oh, you have to just press the pro upgrade button, but also add grade 30 on everything. They're never going to make that really cheap. Like even if they reduce the cost of it, I don't think they're going to ever make it like super cheap. So likely it will take forever to get all of these builds upgraded, and until like, until let's say, well, I mean, the 511 is likely going to get upgraded, but until I have my like red FI upgraded, why would I use it, right? My OD is likely going to get upgraded very early. Why would I ever use that and stuff? It's the issue of expertise where, yeah, expertise weapons and stuff as well leads to less experimentation. Like the proficiency system initially, like the mastery system in all of these games is kind of like, oh, try stuff out, right? Like try different things out, get them mastered, get them proficient. But then now it's actually the inverse. Like usually you just reach high expertise and then an item gets graded and then that's the item you'll use, because now also it's an extra impact point of if I want to play around with different weapons, I'm already going to be like, oh, okay, but then I need to keep in mind all the time, like, oh, they're not graded, right? It's yeah. But hopefully we can convince them maybe to. Because also, even if it reaches the game, like future rebalances can tone it down. Yeah, yeah. That doesn't solve it. Yeah, let me get you. Anyway, indeed. Yeah, let's round out here. We're gonna go raid GC, who is doing GC things in the open world by the look of things. I'll be back in the evening. That's likely gonna be I'll be like half hour late, so likely 9:30ish. We'll continue on then. I'll definitely jump into Div 1 quite a bit this evening. Also, I want to record some stuff there. The ambush short went up today, but it's basically, it's a rehash of the longer version we did last or 2 weeks ago. But I did want to make it short because a lot of people do like those short versions of the global event ones. But this one's, of course, very simple, but they also have a few build recommendations in there. But yeah, that one went up, and yeah, I'll be back in the evening and we'll continue on then. Tomorrow we'll have patch notes. Friday we'll have PTS. Annoyingly, Saturday I'll be away. So I'll only have Friday to PTS around, and then Saturday I'll be away, but then Sunday and usually it goes, I don't know, usually PTS is like only Monday in like the morning, right? So we'll have just Friday and Sunday. But we'll have a lot to do on Sunday. It'll be fine. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. Hope to catch you in the future. As always, have a good day.